1-2. No. Works.
morning. It's a privilege to welcome you to the 81st Congress of the SSTA. We come together as a united profession committed to our pupils, our colleagues, and the future of education. Congress is where our collective voice is heard, where we reflect, debate, and decide the direction ahead. At a time of significant challenge, your presence here reflects both dedication and resolve. I thank our delegates for representing their members and our guests for joining and contributing to our work. Let us approach this Congress with purpose, respect, and a clear focus on the well-being of our teachers and learners. I'm Monique Dréon-Gould. I'm the president. We're going to introduce ourselves for those who are...
I've not written a script yet, but it's Paul Cochrane, Vice President.
Catherine Nicholl, Immediate Past President.
Kevin Campbell, Minutes Secretary.
Seamus Searson, General Secretary.
And John Guidi, General Treasurer.
Ewan Duncan, Assistant General Secretary.
Thank you. So let's start this Congress by asking Ewan Duncan to do the housekeeping.
Good morning, colleagues. It's lovely to see a full room here, and as the President says, welcome to Congress. Just a few housekeeping notes to get us started today. I'll keep this brief. First point is, could I ask delegates and guests to kindly switch mobile phones to silent. If you wish to let the outside world know about the things we are debating today, you may wish to use social media. If you choose to use X, our hashtag is SSTA26. If you wish to use the facilities, there is no need to ask the President's permission to leave the room. The toilets are situated in the foyer area outside the main entrance to the hall. There are no fire alarm tests planned this morning. If a fire alarm activates, treat it as a real emergency. Delegates should assemble promptly and follow the instructions of the hotel staff. And you'll see that in each corner of the room there are emergency exits indicated by green signs, I'm told. I'm colourblind, so I can't tell you what colour they really are, but apparently they're green. Delegates, if you plan to rise to speak to a motion or a report, please state clearly when you get to the lectern both your name and delegate number. I would expect you know the first. If you're not sure of the second, it is printed on your delegate badge. For motions, if you wish to speak or if you're proposing or seconding, please come forward and take a seat at either side of the stage. There are 3 seats on each side. Please come forward in good time if you are planning to contribute to a motion. And also, if you are delivering a report, also come forward and take a seat at either side of the stage in good time if you're contributing to a report. Welcome also to those who are attending online this morning. Those attending online are asked to use the Slido voting service to cast their votes. Details have been sent to you by email and along with your Congress booklet. Online delegates can also use the chat function in Slido to ask questions or make comment. When a vote takes place, you'll be asked to enter your vote for, against, or abstain. Those votes will be tallied up with those voting in person, and a test vote is there for you to see how to use it. For those who are SSTA delegates who are attending in person, claim forms for expenses should have been collected from the scrutineers on the way in, and ask you to return those to the admin desk by the end of the first business session. So that will be at 12:30 today. Any expenses claimed will be remitted directly to members, so that will appear in your bank account. Congress will break for lunch at 12:30, and there will be a separate break for refreshments later on this afternoon. If you have been staying overnight and have not yet checked out, can I suggest that you take a moment during the first part of this morning to check out with the hotel staff. Lunch will be served outside the conference hall in the foyer area where you came in. Refreshments will be available throughout the day outside the conference hall in the foyer area, and please make a point, if you can, of speaking to our exhibitors who have come along today to meet with us. It's good to see a large number of exhibitors here. Please support them by speaking to them and hearing what they have to offer. I'm going to conclude now by asking you to rise, if you're able, to remember those of our colleagues in the SSTA and also the wider teaching profession who have passed during the year. So if you can stand just for a minute to remember those who have passed. Please be seated. And now I pass back to the President to get on with the business of this morning.
So item 2 is announcements. I've got 5 announcements to give you. Conference, may I draw your attention to the following procedural matters. Number 1, standing orders have agreed the following time allocations. Proposers of motions will have 5 minutes, and seconder speakers for or against a motion will have 3 minutes. Seconders may either formally second from the floor or come to the front with speakers before the debate begins, please. Item 2, motions K and L will be taken together. That means contributors to either motions are invited to come to the front once both motions have been formally moved. Item 3, motion D. As originally submitted, it is now out of date. So I propose that it would be replaced with an updated version rather than having it remitted because it is no longer valid. Item 4, our guest speaker will be heard after lunch, and owing to an unforeseen bereavement, she is unable to attend in person, but her address has therefore been pre-recorded. And finally, item 5, there will be an additional item 11 to our agenda called President's Business. May I seek your approval for these additions, please? Thank you. Now, everybody, item 5, we're on item 5. I don't need to, someone is dealing with sedurant and someone is dealing with apologies for absences. Item 5, order of business. Well, nothing's been changed apart from the one you've just agreed to. And item, do we need approval for the order of business? Mm-hmm. Yeah? Okay. Okay, thank you. Item 6, minutes of Congress, 9-10th of May 2025. Now, you all have a copy. You should have the time to read it. I'm going to give you 1 minute, and then I'll need a proposer and a seconder. Give you a wee minute to have a look at it if you want.
She wanted to have the business, but right at the end. Yeah, right at the end.
Who's timing this?
Another 30 seconds.
Should be enough. Okay. Are there any questions about this or any mistakes or typos you would like to
No questions, is it?
Bring to our attention.
bring to our attention? Sorry. No. Okay. Do I have a proposer for the minutes? So that's Maggie
Maggie Nesbitt.
Nesbitt, and seconder,
Ruth
Ruth Nicol. Oh, sorry, Ruth, I didn't recognize you. You're in the dark. Okay, so now I'm going to pass over the chair to the Vice President. As I'm sure you're looking forward to hear my speech, which will be short and sharp, as promised. Some racket. Conference, colleagues, fraternal guests, members of the press, if any, I doubt, and friends. Part one of my speech is a journey, a calling, a commitment to additional support needs. I began teaching modern languages in Scotland in 1990. It was demanding work then, as it is now, but there was clarity to our role. We taught our subject with purpose, we maintained order, we supported our pupils, and we worked tirelessly to help them achieve. There was pressure, yes, but there was also time. Time to plan, to reflect, to improve. And above all, there was a shared understanding of what it meant to be a teacher. Even in those early days, behavior could be challenging, but respect for the profession was more widely assumed. Relationships mattered, built on fairness, consistency, and care. Those principles haven't changed. They remain the foundation of everything we do. As we moved into the new millennium, inclusion, rightly so, became central to education. For me, that wasn't a policy shift, it was a calling. I had already seen the difference we could make for young people who struggled with traditional academic pathways. From 2003 to 2016, I worked as a behavior support teacher within a system that truly invested in young people. We had dedicated bases, skilled SEN auxiliaries, strong multi-agency partnerships, and crucially, the resources to act. It was challenging work, but it was deeply rewarding. Even now, former pupils stop me to say that the support they received helped them build stable and meaningful lives. They do like reminiscing the fun times. Miss, remember that Princess Trust trip when Jack was sick in a placky bag and threw it out of the window? I do. I'm the poor sod who found it the next morning and checked what was in it before putting it in the bin. Thank you. Ex-pupils always like reminiscing the good times and how badly they behaved. But they were, and how badly behaved they were, and how well they have done for themselves. That is the impact of what we can do. That's what I'm proud of. But colleagues, we must also speak honestly. Over time, that system began to erode. Budget tightened, decisions made in the name of efficiency, began to cut into the very heart of additional support needs provision. Referrals rose, but resources did not. Our work was reframed, renamed, and repackaged, but increasingly described as a cost rather than an investment. The scale of the ESN challenge was laid bare in a damning audit report published in January 2025. The figures are staggering. 40% of Scotland's pupils now have recognised additional support needs. Conference, do the maths. That is an average of 12 pupils in every class of 30. 12 young people, each with a unique profile of need, from ADHD and autism to dyscalculia and complex trauma, all in the one room, all deserving our time. But as the audit confirms, the support is not there. Instead, ASN in Scotland has become a postcode lottery. Whether a child receives the help they are legally entitled to shouldn't depend on where they live, yet it does. It depends on the varying policies, support structures, and dwindling resources of individual local authorities. A child's future should not be dictated by a council's budget deficit. But today, for many families, that is the stark reality. And here lies a fundamental truth we must not shy away from. Additional needs require additional support. Training matters. Of course it does. We welcome it. But training alone cannot replace people, time, and resources. It cannot compensate for classes over 30 pupils, many requiring significant support. It cannot sustain a system stretched beyond its limits. Today, teachers are being asked to do more than ever before. We deliver high-quality learning, differentiate endlessly, track and evidence progress, manage behavior, respond to parents at all hours, navigate complex systems, and carry the emotional weight of it all. Oh, and also the latest, we are fire marshals as well, it seems, right? And therefore cannot leave the premises because the fire marshals are very important, so we can't accrue. Aye, right. The school day has not just lengthened, it has intensified. And in the midst of this, something vital has been lost, I believe. The staff room. The staff room. It may seem a small thing, but it was never just a room. It was the beating heart of our schools. A place where new teachers found reassurance, where experience was shared, where laughter softened the hardest days, and where resilience was quietly rebuilt. That space of informal mentoring, of solidarity, of humanity is disappearing, replaced by isolation, fragmentation, efficiency without connections. At a time when teachers' well-being is under unprecedented strain, we cannot afford to lose the very structures that sustain us. But colleagues, this is not a story of decline. This is a call for action. Because we know what works. We know what works, we have seen what is possible. And we carry collectively the experience, the commitment, and the moral support to demand better. We must stand together and say that that investment in additional support needs is not optional, it is essential. That teachers' well-being is not a luxury, it's fundamental. That education is not a cost to be contained, but a future to be built. Can I have some water, please?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
There you go. There's your
No,
glass.
that's okay. I can see my voice is going.
There's water underneath. Easy.
Right. End of part one. Part two. We need to let teachers teach. So why did I choose Let Teachers Teach as our 2026 strapline? Because right now, too many barriers are standing in the way. The three biggest drivers of rising workload in 2025-26 are clear. Promised workload relief has not been delivered. Schools are being asked to do far more on behavior and attendance, and qualification reform continues to shift additional assessment and implementation burdens onto our teacher. Yeah, badly said, implementation burdens on our teachers. On top of it all, we have a new national curriculum replacing CFE from August 2028, and the assessment reform, which is also bound to increase workload complexity for teachers. Great. Workload remained one of the most significant and persistent challenges confronting teachers in Scotland today. Moreover, insights gained from attending the conference of our fraternal colleagues reinforces that this is by no means an isolated issue. Rather, it is a shared concern that consistently ranks at the forefront of the profession's priority across both Ireland and the wider United Kingdom. The drivers of workload 2025-26 are not hidden. They are clear, they are known, and they are being felt in every school across Scotland. We were promised workload relief, but it has not been delivered. Qualification reforms, curriculum reforms continue to place additional assessment and implementation demands directly onto the teachers. Alongside these pressures, there has been a deeply concerning rise in violent incidents within Scottish secondary schools. Increasingly, teachers are being placed in situations where their personal safety is at risk. It is entirely unacceptable that professionals should feel unsafe in their place of work. Equally concerning is the experience of those who report these incidents, only to feel that their concerns are minimized, questioned, or dismissed. Teachers must be able to report violence with confidence, knowing that they will be listened to, supported, and protected. This is not simply a matter of workplace policy. It is a fundamental issue of duty of care. Employers must move beyond defensiveness and demonstrate clear, consistent support for staff facing these challenges. But the violence we face is not just physical. It is cultural, and it is digital. We are witnessing a toxic rise in misogyny that is poisoning our classrooms. Look no further than the appalling situation in Renfrewshire, where pupils used AI technology to create fake sexual and violent videos of their own teachers. This isn't boys being boys or a prank. It is targeted, gender-based abuse designed to degrade and intimidate professionals. Furthermore, we are seeing the creeping influence of the extreme right-wing racism infiltrating our schools, fueled by online echo chambers. This is a direct threat to the inclusive, safe environment we strive to build. Let us be unequivocal here. We need a policy of zero tolerance. Whether it is misogyny or racism, hate has no place in our schools, and teachers must have a full backing of their employers and the government to stamp it out immediately. We are told that help is on the way. In March 2026, the Scottish Government published its first progress report on the Behaviour Joint Action Plan. Okay, we welcome the shift in part 2 of that report. which finally acknowledges that a nurture-only approach is insufficient without a unified national standard for safety. But let us be clear, a plan on paper is not the same as protection in the classroom. We need to see the promised fostering a positive school environment guidance, okay, translated into real-world consequences for pupils who cross the line. We can no longer tolerate a culture where reporting incident is met with a shrug or a suggestion that the teacher simply needs more nurture. Proper reporting must lead to action, not just paperwork. Furthermore, the introduction of a specific framework for risk assessment for violent or dangerous behavior must be more than a box-ticking exercise. These risk assessments must be robust, they must be proactive, and they must be used to ensure that no teacher or pupil is placed in a predictable path of harm. We don't just need an authoritative approach, we need an accountable one. So today we say with one voice, enough of delay. Bring back consequences now. Nurture should not be used as an excuse to avoid discipline. And what about teachers' mental health and well-being? We hear it from our members. This isn't just anecdotal. The evidence is stark. The 2025 SSTA Mental Health, Safety and Wellbeing survey on workload has laid bare the crisis we are facing. The figures are not just statistics. They are a cry for help from a profession on the brink. The survey reveals that over 80% of our members report that their mental health has been negatively impacted by their current workload. Nearly 3 out of 4 teachers say they are regularly working more than 10 hours beyond their contractual time every single week, just to keep their heads above water. Critically, a staggering 65% of respondents admitted they have considered leaving the profession in the past year, specifically because the job is taking on their well-being. When 2/3 of the workforce are looking for the exit, we are not just facing a workload issue. We are facing an existential threat to Scottish education. We see it in our schools. And we feel it in the growing pressure that is pushing dedicated, skilled professionals to exhaustion, frustration, and for too many, out of the profession altogether. And we all know some. That is why the commitment to reduce class contact time from 22.5 hours to 21 hours mattered. It mattered because it recognized something fundamental. Teachers need time to plan lessons that inspire, time to prepare resources that meet diverse needs, time to assess meaningfully, not mechanically, time to support young people as individuals, and time simply to do the job well. But conference, what is now being proposed falls short of that principle. It is not fairness, it is not equality, and it is not acceptable, because under this proposal, our primary colleagues would begin to benefit from this reduction in 2027, while secondary teachers are asked to wait until 2029. 2 more years. 2 more years of heavier class contact. 2 more years of compressed time, rising expectation, and unsustainable workload. 2 more years of being told, wait your turn. Now let us be clear, this is not about division. This is not a primary versus secondary here. This is not about denying the very real pressures faced by our primary colleagues. We stand with them because their challenges are significant. But this is about something bigger here. This is about equity. This is about respect. And this is about refusing to accept a system where one group of teachers is asked to carry the burden for longer simply because it is more convenient. Because, conference, secondary teachers are not working in easier circumstances. Far from it. They are navigating complex subject demands, high-stakes qualifications, increasing class sizes, and a growing number of pupils with additional support needs, all within a system that is already stretched to the limit. And yet, despite all of this, they continue. They show up, they deliver, they care. Our members have been clear. We cannot wait until 2029 for relief that is needed today. The result of our March 2026 survey have set a definitive mandate for immediate practical actions. Our members have identified 3 non-negotiable priorities to claw back our professional lives. First, we must prioritize teachers' time, stripping away the non-essential administrative clutter that distracts from core teaching. Second, we demand the repurposing of in-service days to address the overwhelming workload backlog. No more top-down initiatives. We need time to catch our breaths. And third, we are calling for a strict adherence to the 35-hour week. We must collectively push back against the culture of free overtime that has been subsidizing the system for far too long. Furthermore, there is a clear message for Qualifications Scotland and the government. We must pause all our new school development plans and the rollout of new qualifications until this crisis is stabilised. Secondary teachers refuse to be left behind while our primary colleagues move forward. We are not a pressure valve for a failing system. We are professionals with a breaking point. So today, we say this with one voice. Enough of delay, enough of imbalance, enough of asking teachers to give more when they are already giving everything. If we are serious about tackling workload, then we must act with fairness. If we are serious about supporting teachers, then we must act with urgency. And if we are serious about education, then we must trust teachers with the one thing they need most, time to teach. Because when teachers are given time to teach, our pupils benefit, our schools strengthen, and our profession thrives. Conference, this is our moment to stand together and insist on what is right. Not later, not in stages, but now. Let teachers teach. Thank you. Sorry about the French accent, but my best. Hope you understood.
Say sorry for your French. How good was that?
That wasn't good.
That was good. No, that was
Well
good.
done.
Thank you.
Okay.
So it's back to you. I don't need to say anything, do I?
Yeah, I'll take the chair again. Okay, so we are on. Whew, feeling better. Item 8. Seamus Searson, report of the General Secretary.
That's later. Sorry. That's
Oh, is that later? Sorry.
It's number 10 we should be going to.
It's number 10, sorry. So we're on the first motion, sorry, apologies.
So, report from Peter.
So now we are on item 10, SNCT report from Peter Brandon. Thank you. Peter, thank you.
You like? You need.
As soon as I done so.
I need to give my name. Peter Brandon, North Lanarkshire, number 32. Sorry about the slow entrance. Old me, new knee. Okay, you've got the access, hopefully, to the SNCT report. I've got just a couple of comments I'd like to put into it, if you don't mind. So, when the teacher side met in February, the 25th, a proposal was put forward where primary and would be implemented in August 26 and secondary in August 28. SSTA said that we were concerned about the delay to secondary teachers, but in the interests of starting the negotiation, we would accept the principle of the proposal. That's important that you note that we raised that. Take you back a little bit, when the Scottish Government started to push to try and get something done for the reducing class contact time, they set up meetings between themselves and Just COSLA. The teacher side, we quickly cried foul because we weren't involved in the negotiations, because all three sides should be involved in the negotiations. Luckily, they did see sense and they allowed the teacher side into those negotiations. On March 13th, the teacher side was then presented with an agreement on reducing the class contact time. The EIS had been in regular meetings with the Scottish Government and COSLA on a daily basis from March the 9th. That meant that we hadn't been included in those negotiations. Now, being excluded from negotiations that affect your working life is a bit like somebody else ordering your meal, sending it back twice, and then giving you the bill. The bill in this case was an implementation date of August 29 for secondary. We couldn't accept that. Comments were made at that meeting. It was a teacher side meeting. These things happen. That's fair enough. A few views were exchanged between mostly Seamus getting it, and we're okay to accept that, but we have to say we were really unhappy to see that later that night our sister union took to social media to share what was said in that moment, and that didn't go down too well with the Salaries and Conditions Committee. But anyway, the result was at the next SNCT meeting we presented that we couldn't accept it. A vote was taken, 17 were for the proposal, 3 against, which was ourselves, and so that is moving forward. So that's all the comments I want to say about SNCT. I don't know if anybody's got any questions. Put my specs on just in case any hands go up. Nope, so I think do we seek approval for the SNCT? I'm done, it's just...
Yeah, no, sorry. We need approval first for the SNCT report.
So can
Thank you.
Okay, and the next one is
Yeah,
salary
Sal.
and conditions. Just a very, very quick comment I'm going to say about that. We've noted that there's no mechanism has really been looked at as how we're going to implement the reducing the class contact time. We were worried that there's, as Monique had said in her speech there, that there's going to be a difference in contracts between primary and secondary, where they're going to have less class contact time than we are for a few years. So that's a concern for us, and it was also raised that if we try just to bring it straight in August of 29, people with far more skill set and timetables have pointed out that it's going to be a bit of a disaster. But that, again, is all the comment I want to add to that. Again, looking if there's any questions, happy to take them.
Any comments, questions? No.
There's a hand.
Yep.
Oh, there's a hand.
Raymond came.
Raymond? I can't see him.
We need a mic. You can come up to it.
Microphone, please.
You could just come up to the lectern in the meantime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aye, come up.
it's okay.
Or shout really loud.
Use your teacher's voice.
Raymond came in through number 56. Just mention about the class contact
Yes.
time and the reduction in the difficulty for secretaries. Just mentioned to my friend there. We work 50-minute periods.
Yep, same as
You
myself.
know, so this is probably
Yep.
an issue across the country. So I'm just kind of unclear of how we move to 100 minutes, 90 minutes, when you can take 250, it's only to get 100. And talking to timetabler in my school, it's almost impossible. So I don't know how we go about it. I don't know what conversations there have been around that, but maybe that's something you can answer for us just now.
Yeah, well, the simple answer is that nothing has gone into it. As I think Seamus will be alluding to that later on. That is our main issue. I'll also point out that former past President Catherine, a while ago, raised this very point and said, we should be looking for 100 minutes. Surely that's going to be easier to implement because most secondaries run on the 50-minute period. I know not all, but most of us do. So no, I can't really answer that because that is one of the things that we would like to see. How is this going to work? How is it going to work with subject specialists? Where are we short? We haven't even looked into any of that. So no, sorry, I can't answer your question now. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Can I have approval for the salaries and condition report? Thank you. So now we're going to go to listen to emergency motion A, proposed by Grant McAllister and seconded by Paul. Right.
Morning, Congress. Grant McAllister, delegate number 21. And I apologise if I slip into a Doric accent. Only the front table will understand me. President, Congress, as we meet today, the country is preparing for a new government. Politicians have been counting our votes, while our members have been counting the hours of a workload that's becoming unsustainable. It says in the motion that we note the SNT agreement. The original word I actually said appreciate, and I realise I didn't appreciate it at all. I was bloody livid. We acknowledge the SNT agreement to implement the previous government's promise and the reduction of class contact time by 90 minutes. We also note it's not in any manifesto for the current government or the future government coming in. This is intended as a vital tool for managing workload and protecting our welfare. However, we're seeing a two-tier implementation. Primary and early year sector are seeing the change to implement more straightforwardly. Secondary schools are being told to wait. The fulfilment of this intention has been delayed by the lack of specialist teachers and complexities in the second curriculum. But let us be clear, a delay of implementation is a delay in teacher well-being. Secondary teachers are currently working those extra 90 minutes without the relief promised to their colleagues in the primary sector. So our solution, something that we've spoken about before, but I think becomes even more pressing now, the 7% solution. So the 7% is how much more class contact time we will be expected to do compared to our primary colleagues. So that's where that figure comes from. The idea of an uplift is a temporary increase in salary until our conditions are met, until we have the same working conditions as those in the primary sector. It's not a bonus. It's an essential compensation to be paid until such times as the reduced class contact time is actually delivered in our schools. The other part of it, and this is me trying to be solution-focused, okay? We have a real issue. We know there are a number of primary qualified teachers working in secondary schools. We don't call them maths teachers and English teachers. We call them literacy teachers and numeracy teachers. But we know what they are. And wait a second, next summer, they know there's going to be a massive recruitment in the primary sector. And in the primary sector, they'll get the same money for working less hard. What would you do? I'm also aware that at secondary, we're struggling to get students to come in. Some of the ITE courses have actually closed some of their courses in the last couple of years for specialisms because they simply aren't getting applications. And I had something that I didn't discuss with my family, but it was made very pertinent to me. I've got two twins that are going to be 23 this year. Not three twins, that would be different. That would be my... One of them has followed a non-academic route. I'm very proud of him. He's a chef. He's a chef in a very distinguished hotel in Scotland. He is completely untrained. He has worked himself up from being a kitchen porter all the way up to being a really successful chef. He told me what his new salary is. It's more than a probationer. my daughter, who is completing her 5th year of university education this year. Thankfully, Richard Graham had an important part in that. Her starting salaries in the job she's going for start at 43,000. So 10,000 more than a probationer. Why in your right mind would you come into teaching? Why would you do it? Her partner is doing a graduate apprenticeship. He bought his own house last year. He was still a student, he bought his own house. His salary 2 years ago was £42,000. He was a 3rd-year student. So people, this is really important in terms of retaining the old duffers like myself who can't stick it anymore, but also to recruit so that we can have a solution to this, so that we can have technical teachers in Murray that will allow the other technical teachers to have their time. Or we're going to have a curriculum reduction. So my message to the new government and to the profession is, if you can't provide us with this time, you have to provide us with some other form of compensation. And the only other form of compensation you can give us is the money. Don't take it off the working time agreement, because the working time agreement means nothing. We're all working far, far more than that. And to our members and to those who are in other institutions, this is the voice of secondary teachers. This is secondary teachers demanding what we need for our conditions. Congress, I urge you to support the motion.
Do we have a seconder? That's Paul Cochrane, Vice President, will second this motion.
Paul Cochrane, Vice President, Delegate number 2. By God, you get promoted quickly in here. Just very, very briefly, I was going to formally second for the floor, but something struck me. I've heard this is complex, and it is. It is a complex issue. But basically, this was on the government's radar a decade ago. They've had a decade to solve it. It was a manifesto promise 5 years ago. The government in COSLA ignored it for 3.5 of those years. The government picked it up about 1.5 years before the election. COSLA ignored it. The government got really desperate before the election. COSLA still ignored it. They use it as a rugby ball or a tool to try and get extra money. But even with extra money, they haven't even looked towards solutions for secondary teachers, because it was kind of designed for primary teachers. That's easy. Genericism's easy. Just do it. They're flexible. The other thing is, after my experience in the SNCT, COSLA in particular is only interested in one thing, that's the money. So if you take time off them or get extra time or whatever, they don't really care. They know that that'll be filled up. You'll do over, I mean, hands up here, 1.0 full-time equivalent teachers. How many people work within their 35 hours? Right? So time is elastic. Did somebody put their hand up? No, anyway. Time is elastic. And the one other argument I heard was, 25 years ago, secondary teachers got a slightly better deal under Macron, which is, I would like to thank Ewan for pointing this out. That's not true. I'd like to get Ewan to explain it, but I do understand that basically primary teachers had more contact and a wee bit more preparation time around about 2001. By 2004, they'd almost equilibrated that with secondary, and then special schools had to, I mean, imagine leaving special schools to the end, had to wait to 2006. So basically, we improved we wouldn't move forward until we improved primary teachers' conditions, until we were all one coherent profession. So this has split the teaching profession. And it's really only money. It's time we had equity between primary and secondary teachers. And really the only thing that will focus the government's mind will be the financial penalty. Now, it's not in the current manifesto. We don't know what the makeup of the new government will be. It's the sort of thing that could be easily forgotten in the furore of doing some sort of coalition deal. So I honestly feel, and I used to support the mechanism of giving a wee bit extra time to secondary teachers conversation. The monetary penalty is the only thing that will focus the mind. So I'd urge you to support this motion, folks.
Thank you. Now, I see we have someone who wants to speak to the motion. Thank you. Anybody else, please come to seat now. It's after Belmont take it.
All right.
Sinead Nareen, Delegate 35, Perth and Kinross. I have concerns. An uplift in salary, 7%, would do nothing to deal with workload.
I agree.
It sanctions it. It encourages us to keep working more. We say working time agreement wouldn't make a difference. I'd like to see reclaiming. I don't believe they would deliver on a 7% uplift, but if they did, it would simply sanction overworking again. If we were to claim back the 19 minutes in the interim period from the collegiate time, reducing 195 hours a year to 136.5, we would be delivering on reducing workload, asking local authorities to stop filling our time, giving time back to teachers to teach, to prepare for the teaching, not to prepare for another inspection local authority invented in order to prepare for an inspection that might come at national level. All of those other things that are invented to fill the 195 hours. That's where workload is generated. I'm really concerned that 7% uplift in salary condones, sanctions, more work, more workload, and I see it as a problem. I would propose at the very least amending this motion to say 7% uplift in salary or reduction in 90 minutes collegiate time weekly until such a time as reduced class contact time can be implemented in the secondary school.
Thank you very much. Well, we have to ask Grant if he's...
Is that second deleted?
Do you have a seconder to the amendment? Sorry.
What is the amended wording?
34. Thank you. Now, Grant, can you come back and agree or disagree with the amendment?
Monique, could we get the exact wording again of the amendment?
Yeah, we'll need to get the exact wording again.
Sorry, Sinead, just sorry, could you give us the exact wording again?
So what do you want?
So it's just after 7% uplift in salary, and was it just an insertion in there, Sinead?
To insert by uplift in salary, 7% uplift in salary, or reduction in 90 minutes per week to collegiate time. Sorry,
Thank you.
Or a reduction in 90 minutes per week to the collegiate time until such a time as.
Yep.
Right, thank you.
Grant?
Right. I'm going to apologise to Sinead because we've spoken about this. I've had a real think about it because Sinead kindly spoke to me this morning about it beforehand, and I do appreciate the chance to consider it. But I'm really quite passionate about the part about retention and recruitment. If we don't make the profession more attractive in terms of salary, we're just simply not going to have the teachers coming in, and we're actually going to face a crisis of subject specialism. When we spoke about this a few years ago, I spoke about the situation up in the northeast in Scotland, particularly about getting supply teachers or teachers to cover specialisms. And I thought it would work in the central belt. And yet, in the last few months, I've been speaking to James Howe, and he says that Glasgow is now starting to struggle to get specialist subject teachers. So if we can't do it in Glasgow, where can we get the teachers in to be able to deliver on the 90 minutes? So I'm going to disagree to the amendment, but simply because we need to actually do something to get people in to join us as secondary teachers. So, no.
Thank you, Grant. So now, Sinead, you have a right to...
No, that's it.
No?
That's it.
Any speakers to the amendment?
Right, okay, so we need to vote for this amendment. Those in favour of the amendment.
Could we restate the amendment, President, so that it's quite clear?
The amendment, yeah, okay. So the amendment comes on to the fifth paragraph. An insertion after a 7% uplift in salary or reduction in 90 minutes per week to the collegiate time. Okay? So that's the added insertion. So now I'm asking the floor, yes? Yeah, we need to have a debate on the amendment. So if Gordon, thank you.
That's what she said, wasn't it? Yeah.
Thank you. Gordon West, 12. I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with the amendment, and I'll tell you why. My fear is if we put that amendment in, the government would grab it with both hands and say, thank you very much, problem solved. I don't think they will want to go to the expense of employing loads of more teachers if the quick solution is we will just knock 90 minutes off collegiate working, as though it's going to make any difference in people's workload anyway. So I think that's a really dangerous proposal. I understand fully. I think it's more important the principle that we're pointing out, and I was going to actually make a comment in the debate, but I'll say it as part of this point here, that the whole basis of having the same pay in primary and secondary is it's the same contract. If they amend the contract on one part, the compensation for that is financial, and that is what I think is important. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Gordon. There is another contribution from the floor. Sorry? Speak to the motion, right, as it is.
At the moment, we're debating whether to amend the motion.
We are debating the amendment. Yeah. Wait. Right, so
vote now.
Vote is open now. Those in favour of the amendment, can put your hands up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Online? We've got 4 on the floor.
I have just opened the online vote. There is 1 vote, which represents 100% of those online voting against.
Okay. Those against the amendment, please put your hand up. Okay. Well, that's NEMCOM?
No amendments lost.
No.
Majority.
It's a majority, yeah. Yeah.
So it's not to be amended.
So the motion with the amendment falls.
No.
Not to be amended.
Not to be amended, yes, that's what I meant. So now we can debate the motion as it stands originally. Please do. There's only got one. Jackie O'Kane. Thank you, Jackie.
Good morning, everyone. Jackie O'Kane, East Dumbarton Council. I totally support this motion. We should go for the 7% uplift. We know that they probably won't go for it. However, we should put something in place to say, until you agree to this or implement the 90 minutes, we are not going to take part in any curriculum reform that's coming towards us. You want it implemented in 2028? Put it to 2030, put it to 2031. It's time for us to claw back our time and be professional. Give us the time. If you want us to put this into implementation in secondary schools, give us the time. If we don't have the time, give us the money. If you don't give us the money, download our tools, download our hands. We're not doing it, full stop. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. No more contributions. We are going to vote for the amendment.
The motion.
The motion, sorry. Sorry, I'm getting a bit nervous now. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me right. Those in favour of a motion, can you put your hand up, please? Okay, that's more. Those against the motion?
Sorry, just to say, we've got 100% of the online vote is for. That's 1 vote.
Okay.
Any abstentions?
Any abstentions? 2. So this time is NEMCON.
It's carried.
Carried, yeah. All right.
Kevin,
well,
nobody spoke against it. They spoke for amendment. They didn't
for
speak
amendment? No. Okay.
There were actually 2 online votes.
It's carried. Yes? Peter?
Votes abstain
No, I didn't ask for votes against. And there was no hands up. I did. I certainly did.
You did. We can do it again.
Right, shall we do that again then? Okay.
So it's okay, James.
Votes against the motion. Motion A. That's what I thought. That's
Jim,
what
you
I
might
had
as well
first
at
time.
least voted against it.
Peter, please don't fall asleep halfway through. I'm just kidding. So, motion is now carried, Nemco. Now, I'm going to call Donald Holmes for motion B.
Donald's first time speaking.
That was funny there because the person who proposed it.
Good morning, Donald Holmes, Argyll and Butte, Delegate 007.
Unanimous.
Your first
She
time?
abstained. She abstained.
I live on an island. I'm one of your overseas delegates. But I don't get paid anything extra for that. The cost of living is more where I live. I would be substantially better off living in Oban and teaching in Oban. Let me give you a little bit of a scenario. It takes me 2.5 hours to go shopping in Oban to get there. 2.5 hours to get back. It just doesn't equate. It just doesn't work for me. So I propose this motion. Remote, it isn't working the way that it's meant to. If you live in a remote location, you accept you get paid less in real terms. I propose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you a first-time speaker, by the way?
I am, yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Well done. Well done. Thank you, Donald. Very welcome. A seconder?
Seconders? I'm formally seconding from the floor. Oh, there's the one
Someone
up there. Sorry, my
sat there on
apologies.
the-
Is that Gemma?
Is that Gemma? Yeah. Formally seconding. Thank you. Now, we do have one speaker to the amendment, to the motion, the word motion and amendment. Please come to the lectern.
Good morning, Christopher Stewart, Delegate number 51. I'd like you to support this motion. I was lucky enough to begin my career on the Isle of teaching in Benbecula, living on the Isle of Uist, and a little bit of extra money I got made the difference because everything was so much more expensive. And I have a number of friends now who are living in the islands, in the Highlands, and other regions, and some of them are lucky enough to get money to help with the travel, the cost of food, the cost of fuel oil or whatever, but others are just out with the criteria. So any increase in this will help us have teachers going to and staying in those high schools around our country where there's a real crisis in recruitment just now. I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. I can't see any more contributions, so we'll go to the vote for motion B. Those in favour of motion B, please put your hand, raise your hand. How are we doing? Okay. Those against the motion? Nobody. Any abstentions? One.
Online.
Online?
And the online vote is 2 for, which represents 100% of the online vote.
Excellent, thank you. Well done. Well done. So,
Nobody spoke against it, so it's name gone.
I'm not quite sure.
okay.
One abstention, name call.
Nemcon, yeah. Fine,
Motion C then, yeah.
if it is. Okay. For motion C. Okay. So let's go back to motion B, which is carried Nemcon. Okay. Right. Thank you. Now I'm calling Jason Curry to present motion C. Propose motion C. Thank you, Jason.
Morning, colleagues. Jason Curry, City of Aberdeen, delegate number 8. Teaching can be a fantastic career choice. Our days are varied, packed with human interaction and job satisfaction. Our pupils grow to become young adults, and we play a key role in that development, contributing to their well-being and wider achievement alongside their academic learning. Few careers could be more rewarding, and that's without mentioning the holiday entitlement and pension arrangements. So why is it then that recruitment and retention of teachers is such a challenge? Recent reports tell us that the number of student teachers joining ITE courses is well below target, and that there are alarming dropout rates during the first 5 years following training. People in discipline, workload, stress, and a lack of support are cited as reasons for people leaving the profession or for not choosing it in the first place. This motion identifies another barrier to recruitment and calls for action to address it. Following the probationary year, the teacher's salary spine has 5 steps. Thereafter, despite continued commitment to professional learning and development, there's no associated financial reward. The only way to advance further in terms of pay is to gain promotion. But the chances of doing so are slim because the current career structure in many local authorities is very narrow. To illustrate this, my first permanent teaching post was at Peterhead Academy back in the mid-90s, and at that time in science, there was a principal teacher for each of biology, chemistry, and physics, and they were supported by 2 assistant principal teachers. 5 promoted posts at 2 distinct levels, all now subsumed into one faculty head position. Other local authorities have different names for the same position, I should note at this stage. There are far fewer middle management positions now than there were 30 years ago. That's got 2 effects. Fewer vacancies arise, and when a post does become vacant, the competition can be considerable. Classroom teachers, therefore, have limited opportunities to advance their careers. This motion seeks to increase those opportunities through the reintroduction of a role that I'm calling a principal teacher subject. Not to replace faculty heads, but to support them. It will be an additional rung on the ladder, an equivalent to the APT of old, if that doesn't cause any further confusion. As an example, in my current school, a faculty head of science could have a principal teacher of biology, of chemistry, of physics, maybe even one of BGE science working alongside them. At this point, I'd like to reassure current faculty heads that their capacity and capability are not in question. On the contrary, their hard work, dedication, and commitment are to be celebrated. This motion is focused solely on increasing opportunities for career development. Now, a few of you might be thinking, wait, there is already another rung on the ladder. The boy's forgotten about the lead teacher position. Now, for those of you who are unaware of it, and you'd be forgiven for being so, it was a role that was introduced back in August 2021 to offer a career pathway for, quote, specialists in curriculum, pedagogy, and policy. It was created as a response to recommendation 2 of the report of the Independent Panel on Career Pathways for Teachers, in part to allow great teachers to remain in the classroom whilst recognising their expertise. Now, according to the Scottish Government's own statistics, currently in secondary schools there are, 2025 figures, 4 lead teachers. The 2024 overview, to be fair, does mention 11 in total, so there must be a tiny number of authority-level lead teachers who are not aligned to one particular school. We have the bizarre circumstance where a post exists on paper, but not in practice. And why does it not exist in practice? Money. We're told that unless additional funding is provided, these posts will have to come from the current staffing budget. And yet, the recommendation of the independent panel specifically states that the post is intended to be complementary to, rather than replace, existing management positions. This means the government needs to put its hands in its pockets in order for lead teachers to appear in Scottish secondary schools. In addition to the reintroduction of principal teacher subject, we call for a systematic, fully funded approach to the creation of lead teacher positions in all secondary schools and additionally in all local authorities. Let's provide career progression, not only for those with aspirations of management, but also for those great teachers who want to continue in the classroom. Let's recognise their expertise and depth of experience that exists in schools across Scotland, and let's recognise and support excellence in teaching and learning. Colleagues, please support the motion.
Any, seconder? Okay, so.
67.
Thank you, Mike.
With panache.
With panache, yeah.
Can I do a procedural?
Right, we have, before we listen to the debates, we'd like to have a slight amendment to the motion, which is typo issue.
Just a slight, sorry, Paul Cochrane, delegate number 2, Vice President, whatever order it wants to go in. Just, I can't believe I've read this about 6 times over the last 3 weeks, and we're all teachers. And I'm going to propose a textual, or thank you, Catherine, a procedural amendment, which if you go to the first bullet point, I'm suggesting that we remove the S at the end of exists, which sounds very sinister, and introduce a full stop instead of replace it with a full stop. How petty am I?
Do we just ask for agreement?
Remove the S where?
I think Jason can just accept it, can't he?
Jason, are you agreeing to this? Yeah.
I would like a round of applause for that. No.
So, do I have to ask the floor if you're
Yes.
in favour?
Yeah, we'll accept the amendment.
Yeah. Can we vote if we are in favour of this amendment? Those in favour? So we say that's unanimous, I hope?
We need to ask against.
Against?
We're
No.
checking up. We're
Checking. And no abstentions. Are there any abstentions to this grammatical error? No. Okay, that's perfect. Whew. Right. Now we're going to debate the... Casey is first to debate the motion. Motion C.
Get rid of the S off the end of that. Make a full stop.
Casey Enkel, delegate number 11. I am in favour of this and would ask you all to vote for it because teaching has become sort of a dead-end job. For most of us, like myself, there is absolutely no way that I could go to a promoted post because I don't know enough about music or about art in order to be a faculty head and feel comfortable about that. I would love to be a lead teacher or a department head because I could do that and I would be amazing in that role. As it stands, I'm having to do parts of a faculty head job anyway, just because I'm the subject specialist for that area. And my faculty heads are amazing, but they don't know enough about my subject to be able to do their entire... So actually having that recognition would and hopefully, a pay rise, that would be lovely. That gives us that little step, especially when there are some schools, like my own as well, that have even got rid of their, the leadership groups, that give you that insight, like those little bits that if you're convening a group within the school, that's part of your progression. You get recognised for that. It goes in your favour for interviews. We don't even have that anymore. So for me, it feels like I'm just sort of stagnant. If we introduce this, there is a step up. There's a little bit of excitement again. There's that option of a promotion. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. Rather than just being like, oh, this is where I am forever. So, so it is. It's the dead end, and you offer this out, and we'll get people that start seeing that there are opportunities again. It's not just the only way is to become a faculty head or a guidance teacher and totally lose your subject. You can now you can now be a lead teacher in your own area. And so please vote in favour.
Thank you. The next speaker on my left. Thank you.
Remember to tell me for the first time speaker to say it.
Yeah, if you're a first-time speaker, please do say it.
Thank you, Madam President. Paul Cool, Delegate 24, Glasgow City. What Casey said steals some of my thunder, unsurprisingly. But I wanted to start with Jason's point about the depth of experience and the expertise that people have in subject-specific roles. I need to be careful not to identify colleagues, but I'm thinking of one colleague in particular at my school who is a subject specialist and who effectively manages that subject but is not compensated with a faculty head salary. This colleague has years of experience, and as has been raised already, we are struggling with retention, and I know that the lead teacher role is something that this colleague has asked me about in a union rep role to look into. It's something I think that would help to retain staff, and I think that it's a really important step which would help to encourage people to stay in the profession. And so I would urge delegates to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Right. On my right, and then you're last.
Kirsty Logan, Delegate 84, North Lanarkshire. I'm coming at this from a very personal perspective, and my previous two colleagues have kind of stolen my thunder as well on that one. But I've been a single subject specialist in my school now for 13 years. With every faculty head I've had has been an excellent faculty head, but not one of them has been a geographer. Not one of them understands the complexity of the subject, which has meant for the past 13 years, I've effectively been doing a faculty head role for my subject, but been given no additional time, no additional recommendations, no additional support. And also, I've not been invited to a single faculty head meeting where decisions are made about my subject without my input. Case in point, recently, I didn't find out until February that a decision had been made in January to cut one of my classes. This cannot continue, because it is one of those things that we're seeing constantly as our conditions are eroded, as our subjects are eroded, that those of us that are lead teachers in everything but name are continually working as faculty heads with none of the additional time and none of the additional support. I love my job. I'm the crazy person that said this year, actually, I want to teach an additional subject. I want to make sure that I get my qualification in environmental science and add that into the school. But I also love my family. I also love my partner. I get no extra time to resource all of these subjects, of which at the moment I'm teaching 5. And I get no support to do this, and no say-so in when someone else decides that it just doesn't suit their timetable or doesn't suit their curriculum pathways for the school. So I really, really urge you to support this motion, because there are so many of us out there at the moment in small schools who are being swept under the rug and whose professionalism and dedication is being completely ignored. Thank you.
Well done.
Well done.
Ruth Nichol from Ayrshire, delegate number 96. So I'm coming at it from a slightly different point of view, so no one's stolen my thunder. I'm a teacher of the deaf. I'm a peripatetic teacher of the deaf. So I go round and I work with wee babies, I work with primary kids, secondary kids, and everything in between. So my point is more that it's not just in schools, it's also us specialists who are forgotten about, the peripatetic floaters that you might see in the school one day a week or whatever. So to do my job, I had to do a mandatory additional qualification, a postgrad diploma, over 2.5 years whilst working, and my children and so on, you know, my life. And I get no extra pay for that. My colleagues down in England and Wales, they do, but up in Scotland I don't. There's no difference in pay. I see all the kids that I just spoke about. I train staff in mainstream schools. I do an advisory role on tech. I need to know about all the hearing aids and cochlear implants and all the options. I hold meetings, I attend lots of additional meetings, I work with audiology, schools, parents, the council, social work. And there is basically no progression for me. Sorry, I lie. I have a boss, and she is a head teacher, she's a deputy head teacher, and she's a principal teacher. There was a job advertised for a principal teacher within my service last week for 7 hours a week. 7 hours. And we are a Perry service that works across 3 Ayrshires, so 3 local authorities our service covers. So my service lead is the service lead for all those Ayrshires. She has to work with all of those managers. So my point is, yes, support this, but it's not just within schools, it's those specialisms as well. If we could be given some recognition for our role, our specialism, our additional training through the lead teacher avenue, then that could make a huge difference to retention, because there's 40% less teachers of the deaf than there was 10 years ago, and it's falling. So please support the motion.
Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, okay, I would point out that if you're going to contribute to a motion, can you please come and sit at the very beginning, okay? Now, we are short of time. We are time restricted. So if you want to contribute to a motion, make sure you come in and sit as soon as the proposer and seconder are finished. I'm just going to let John Guidi, previous one, and then
Thank you, Madam President.
Last chance.
It's John Guidi, delegate number 4. I'm a chartered teacher.
Aye.
Chartered teachers are just teachers, but specialists. Our quality assurance system is, I'm in a very successful school, as dictated by the HMIE pretty recently. I won't name my school. We've got basically excellence. The quality assurance model what we've got is classroom observations. We have SIVs, we have faculty heads coming around, deputy heads, but none of them are physics teachers, because I'm a physics teacher. They just want to know if I can start a lesson with learning intentions. We've got the show me boards out, all generic stuff. And they ask me why you're doing this, blah, blah, blah. I would love to turn around to them and say, well, listen, how do you teach Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? And by the way, I've got in my department a microsync interferometer, and I've got a problem, getting it all sorted out. Can you help me with that? The answer to that is no, because the expert's me. I'm not a PT, but my expertise is meant to be level at PT. And if I'm the expert, then so are you in the classroom. We need to support specialism because we know what we're talking about, and that's the system we've got. Because at the end of the day, kids do exams and they do projects all based upon their subject specialism. And that's the system we've got. But our quality assurance system could be anybody coming in, and I've had a PE teacher looking at me, a chemistry teacher, a science, a political science teacher, all having a look whether I can teach or not. Or, more importantly, if it's a good experience for the pupils. So, expertise is important, and that should be supported, and I totally support this motion. Thank you.
Right. Last two. Oh.
Sorry, it's Gavin Black, Centro, delegate number 46. I wasn't planning to speak, so that's when I came forward to start, but just as the thing's going on, something cropped into my mind. I totally support the motion, and I'm a maths teacher. I hope I'm not going off a tangent here. But what I would say, I've been in a school that's been recently inspected, and I was very happy with the inspection, but I was speaking to my head teacher about it, and to other head teachers in my local authority, and we're in an authority where there are faculty heads, and there's very few, like in my own school, we've only got 5 curricular faculty heads. And it's a school of about 800 pupils, and we've only got 3 deputy heads. And my head teacher was saying to me, how is it fair that we're getting inspected in the exact same terms and conditions by the inspectorate? They don't care what authority they work in. He says, well, I could go 20 miles away to another authority where, for a smaller school, they've got 5 deputy heads, and they've got a principal teacher for every single subject. Now, I'm a classroom teacher, but I'm sort of trying to speak up in favour of head teachers here, because I think it's a terribly unfair system that if you're a head teacher and how you're getting inspected, you've got a very small management team just because of what authority you work in, but the inspectors don't care about that. So that's what I think. Well, so I totally support the motion. I do think there needs to be consistency across authorities on if Uffredy goes to faculty, fair enough. Uffredy goes to principal teacher, fair enough, as long as it's consistent. And that's all I say.
Now, we are going to vote for the motion. Motion C. Those.
No, Jason.
Jason.
He proposed.
Yeah. He's fine.
Case.
He's there in case. You propose it. Right, okay. Those in favour of motion C, can you put your hand up, please? Okay, thank you. Though online? No, it's right, okay.
A slight delay with the online.
Okay, that's fine. Those against the motion? No hands up. Though anybody abstaining? No abstentions. Oh, online?
Online, fully for 3 votes for, representing 100% of the votes, no votes against.
Excellent. That's our first unanimous motion. Thank you. Okay, so before I call Stuart for the education, Ewan wanted to make an announcement.
Just to draw participants, delegates, guests' attention to the Benevolent Fund prize draw. You'll see that on your tables there is an A5 flyer, and on that flyer there is a QR code. This is for the Benevolent Fund prize draw, which will be held at the end of today. All proceeds from the prize draw go directly to the SSTA Benevolent Fund, which is vital for some of our members when they or their families are in need. We are able to quickly and confidentially offer them financial support. We can't give you details of who we give that money to, but I can assure you it is very carefully and well administered. But to be able to support them, we need your support. Entries are £5 each. You can make them in as many multiples as you choose through the QR code on the flyer on your table. There are some fabulous prizes to be won. There's a £150 voucher for dinner at the Ivy, which has been donated by our solicitors Thompsons. There is a Loch Lomond Steam and Fire single malt whisky and glass gift set. It's sitting in front of Mr. Glennie at present. I don't know whether the bottle will still be full by the end of the day. There is a £50 Amazon gift voucher, very kindly donated by J7 MIS Limited, Bespoke Database Solutions. They are the company that offer us our IT support, and they're always very quick and very helpful if we have issues. And there are some other prizes too. So please, if you wish to enter the prize draw, put your entry in now. If you don't have a phone or you prefer to do it manually, then please speak to any of the admin staff on the desk outside in the foyer, and they will take your details from you if you prefer to pay in hard cash. I don't know if anybody carries paper money anymore, but please do support the prize draw. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ewan. Stuart, can I call Stuart Gray to the Qualification Scotland report?
Hello, Stuart Gray, Lothian area, Delegate 102 as usual. I'm the new convener of the Education Committee, still in training very much. I see the agenda does say that I'm actually doing 2 reports. Well, I'm not, because I've combined them all into one document, so that's what you get. So over the last year, the Education Committee has met regularly, discussed, I guess, 4 main areas, which were curriculum reform, qualifications reform, the impact of AI, and also the dreaded subject of mobile phones. So we've had one good briefing from Education Scotland. We're hoping for more. We're basically pleased to see that this time round they are committing to a realistic timescale and extensive consultation, so let's hope they deliver on it. We've also been meeting regularly with the former SQA, now Qualifications Scotland. You are not allowed to call them QS, for copyright reasons, apparently. You might get away with Qual Scot, I've heard that one. So we've been attending the NQ26 strategy and working groups. Why they've got 2 groups, no one knows, and next year there's only going to be 1. A couple of the things that have come up in those meetings have been the continued rise in AAA, alternative assessment arrangements, which basically has mirrored the rise in ASN to about now 40%, which is becoming a significant burden for schools, centres, the exam board, everybody else. There's also been some work done on the issue of the level of dual presentation at level 4 and level 5. And they've got some good information on this. It actually turns out there's actually only 2 or 3 local authorities are responsible for the vast bulk of all the dual presentations. So those LAs now know who they are, and I think there's a bit of pressure on them to perhaps get back in line with everybody else. We have registered with Qual Scot concerns over their stated intent to move to more electronic and more modular assessment, but we've got a motion coming up on that, so I'll just leave that for just now. AI is affecting everything we do. In an educational sense, I think it's made homework, and indeed any work that's not done under close supervision is potentially going obsolete. And also there's the growing risk of basically assaults on teachers using AI. Won't talk more about that because there's motions coming on it. Mobile phones are continuing to pose challenges for learning and teaching and behaviour and all sorts of other things. So when I wrote this, I was saying, noting and welcoming the belated gradual development of robust policies by schools, authorities and the Scottish Government. As a sort of footnote to that, I noticed that I think 4 out of the 6 major parties in yesterday's election had mobile phone bans in schools in their manifestos. So we might finally get movement on this. I'd like to thank all the members of the committee for their hard work over the year, and in particular pay tribute to my predecessor, James Cowans. Applause for him, please, go on. And also for Ewan Duncan, who's been our meeting secretary, and he does great work too. I think we have 1 vacancy left on the committee. If anyone's interested in filling it, then you speak to me or Ewan or contact the office by email. And that's the combined report for Qualifications Scotland and the Education Committee.
Thank you, Stuart. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? Doesn't seem to be any. So do I have first approval for the Qualifications Scotland report? Do I have now approval for report of the Education Committee? Thank you. Approved. Now, as you know, motion D has been updated. So we'll have motion D on the screen in a minute. Yeah. Okay, superb. And the proposer is actually going to be Isabel Dupraz, and Stuart, you'll be seconding it. Yes, Stuart will second the motion.
Good morning.
Can I remind people to take a seat if they want to contribute, please?
Sorry. Good morning, President, members and guests. So 2 years ago, we agreed as a Congress to seek answers from SNCT regarding how and when online teaching or a digital delivery model could be used. And at the same time, Midlothian Council was introducing a digitally aligned curricular offer across secondaries. NASWIT, the EIS, joined the SSTA to enter into a dispute with Midlothian Council, and as such, a letter was sent from our joint secretaries to the SNCT, seeking clarification on online teaching. We were provided with the following response. Terms and conditions, as set out in the SNCT handbook, do not provide for digital delivery or delivery beyond a classroom setting. There are currently no proposals on this matter being considered by the SNCT. Online teaching is being used to hide the real problem, which is a massive teacher shortage. And instead of doing the hard work of recruiting, training, and retaining the teachers we have, councils are increasingly turning to short-term fixes and bandage solutions that do not address the underlying issues. We understand that some councils have already introduced online digital teaching. However, they have introduced a format that is out with teachers' terms and conditions. We need a clear national message. The SNCT handbook is not a buffet where councils pick and choose which terms and conditions teachers should follow, or indeed, in the case of online teaching, create their own. Councils cannot negotiate national terms and conditions at local level. When the SNCT handbook is written, negotiated, and agreed at national level to provide us with protection and clarity at work. The SNCT has been clear that their position on digital delivery will not be changing as no further negotiations are planned, and we need to be clear that we will not work out with our national terms and conditions. I urge you to support the motion.
Second, Stuart. Your delegate 55, by the way. Yeah, you forgot to say.
Stuart Gray, still delegate 102. I second the motion.
Louise is over there.
Right, okay, so I think Luke was first, and then Louise. Yeah, sorry, Luke. Now we're now debating motion D.
Okay, Luke Wright, Aberdeenshire, delegate 13, still, every year. My authority are trying to introduce this. We've had conversations with HQ through LNCT pointing out that it's contrary to SNCT. Their argument is other authorities have done it. Their argument is we don't expect anybody to do it. We're asking for volunteers to go ahead and be these online teachers. And it's a development opportunity. Okay? When have these development opportunities ever actually turned into something? I do not know. So, I absolutely urge you to support this motion because otherwise it's going to be an attempt to introduce this through stealth and just make it happen by osmosis. I do not support that, so please support this motion.
Thank you. Lisa?
Good morning. Delegate number 95 in Ayr, it's Louisa Maestranzi. It's just a little anecdote. A colleague who's excellent at their job, I mean really excellent, really puts the heart and soul into it and is involved in a lot of important things, was delivering online teaching in a subject where they're difficult to get specialists. It was within the RIC model, so they were actually delivering it within our authority and a neighbouring authority. They then twice experienced complaints from a fellow teacher in another authority whose pupils they were teaching that my colleague's teaching was not up to scratch and they weren't marking things correctly. And there was absolutely no framework. I have to say that the senior management, their senior management dealt with it very professionally, but that was more to do with personal contacts than any guidance. It was totally out with any guidance whatsoever. And the reason the complaint got through was because the senior management in the other school were not handling it very well. So this is a bit of a minefield, and I support the motion because it's going to be happening. And it's going to be happening, as they say, under the radar. So let's acknowledge it and let's put restraints on it. Thank you.
Now, I do not see any more contributors to this motion, so we'll go on the vote for motion D. Those in favour of motion D, put your hand up. That's good. Those against motion D? Any abstentions? No. Online?
The online vote, we've got 3 votes representing 100% of the online vote for, none against, no abstentions.
Brilliant. That's a unanimous motion. Yeah. Passed. No. Now, motion E, that will be Stuart again. Stuart Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. Stuart Gray, still 102. I mentioned in the committee reports that Qual Scott, I'm going to start using that now, Qual Scott stated one of their intentions is to introduce more mandatory modular assessment. Now, of course, those of us with a few years know that's actually it's an introduction of anything. This is a reintroduction of something, because we used to have mandatory assessment. We had NABs pre-CFE, we had UASPs and all sorts of things since then. And we also remember that I think it was about 2017 that they were made optional in a grand gesture by the then Education Secretary, Mr. Swinney. If you remember, he used the GTCS mail list just so he could stand up at a press conference and say, this morning, every teacher in the country got an email from me. I was straight on to the then head of GTCS protesting about that. No, it wasn't the head of GTCS. Yeah, it was. What was his name? Ken Muir. So it's a threatened return to something else. Now, we know what it's like. We also can take note of the fact that, until quite recently, GCSEs were modular. I think so were some A-levels. And we all know how it works. This is more workload for us. It's more stress. It makes course planning more difficult because sometimes they fail and they need to reset. And so what do? You've now got your class split into 2, basically. Also, there's the question of where these assessments are going to be coming from. Who's writing them? Not us. What quality level are they going to be? Because some of the ones we had in the past were not good. Are they going to be secure? Is it going to be enough just to have 3 or 5 different versions of a NAB in the era of mobile phones? I'm not convinced about that. And also there's the question of increased parental and management pressure when it comes to the issue of resits and retakes. I think we've all been there when someone's been failing an assessment and then he's taken away down to support for learning and magically comes back with a pass. Funny that. Therefore, what we want the motion is doing is calling on Qualifications Scotland, the government, whoever that is, and local authorities to actually consider properly all these issues to do with workload and planning and quality and the assessment of resources, and making sure that any decision taken to do this is fully considered. Now, I did raise this at one of these Qual Scott meetings and made the concern plain, and it has to be said the chairman of the meeting, a Qual Scott employee, did say, yes, we've got that. We're not proposing to just go back to the way things were. We're intending to try and do it best of practice. So hopefully that will be the case. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Anybody? Okay. Casey? Number 11. You want to speak to the motion, so you might as well come up.
Casey, still number 11. So I've been teaching a couple of MPAs this year that are all unit-based, no exams. And my issue has been workload. Until yesterday, and bear in mind we're a month into study leave now or something like that, I was still chasing work yesterday. That's the real workload. On top of that, when you're doing marking and moderation, you're trying to do it to standard, right? And you expect that to be on, well, I suppose it's not SQA secure anymore, is it? But the secure site. There are no examples. There is nothing that allows you to work to standard. So instead of being able to do all the moderation based on examples and evidence, you have to go to all these other schools. And that then adds to workload for you and for the schools that you're visiting, and it also, because you're not 100% certain, it then stops it being the best experience for the kids, because you can give them all the advice you want, you can work to that, but what if it's not right? What if you've not understood? So I would definitely say this needs to be addressed, and to be addressed properly, because even with the MPAs, it's not healthy on the workload side of it. So please support this motion.
Thank you. I think Chris.
Christopher Stewart, Delegate 51. Whilst many of us in the room will remember the stresses of NABs and unit assessments and chasing up the last 5 people you couldn't find somewhere to get through those, things have moved on a lot since 2017, and not always to the benefit of our workload. There's been a massive increase in additional assessment arrangements, and that rooming, ICT support, whatever it might be, is very hard to manage in the SQA or Qualification Scotland diet, and it will just ripple out through every department and every area of the school, trying to provide the correct assessment support for students in dozens of subjects. And I think that will actually be unmanageable in this day and age. So I urge you to support this motion. That's the word I'm looking for.
Grant, and then
Grant McAllister, Delegate 21. I've been a wee bit busy in the last couple of weeks, and I wanted to get in touch with Stuart with some information that came out of our follow-up demand survey, and I'll talk about that when it comes to the health and safety report. Qualification Scotland, SQA, assignment demand came second, and over half, nearly 75% of the respondents said it was a huge level of their demand stressors. Well, what your own opinion here does matter, but actually our members say Qualification Scotland and the assignments and the workload to folios and these things here is way, way too much. We've actually got a responsibility to all our members to vote in favour of this motion, please.
Thank you. Louisa.
Louisa Maestranzi, 95 area. There's a few bees in my bonnet at the moment that this picks up on. First of all, our workload with SQA, QS, whichever you want to call it, is totally unregulated. There's just no feedback, there's no acknowledgement, and I worked very hard on my local JNCTs to actually make sure that there was a small point with our working time agreement that acknowledges senior phase workload, because BGE and primary got picked up on, but senior phase totally, that's just part of your marking preparation. So I'm very concerned in general about workload. I'm currently teach photography, and I'm currently still working on units that need to be completed, printed off, bounded, labelled, put into envelopes and sent off. So that's my job again next week. What really, really has annoyed me is the Education Scotland curriculum improvement cycle is being led by primary again, from the bottom up. And this is where it failed last time, that the exams didn't match, and they still don't. And as a secondary teacher, love it or hate it, ultimately you have to send the kids out into the big wide world with a qualification, and the best qualification you can possibly get them. But it actually says the only information that the curriculum improvement cycle has at the moment is if you work with senior phase learners, then you will also prepare to teach the next iteration of qualifications which are currently being developed. There's nothing. There's absolutely no consistency between them. And what's going to happen is this again. We're going to get too much. I'm not actually against internal assessment. I'm against internal assessment in our current working conditions. They have to transform our working conditions to make that work, not add it onto our working conditions. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Lisa. Right, so, we're going to, don't see any more speakers. Therefore, we're going to vote motion E. Am I right? Yeah. Those in favour of motion E. Thank you. Anybody against motion E? No. Any abstentions? None. Online?
The online vote is 3-4, which is 100%, with nobody against and no abstentions.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much, folks. Now, we have just under 10 minutes before lunch. I just wondered if Grant would like to come up and do the reports of the Health and Safety Committee so that we can then start with the motions this afternoon. If that's okay with you, Grant. Thank you.
Ray of Sunshine, Delegate 21.
Recount.
Welcome to the Grant McAllister Show, guys. I'm very aware of how tired you're going to get in my voice. I'm not that interested in what I've got to say today. I've got a new puppy and I've got a photo of it this morning, right? And I want to talk about that for hours. Standard, if you're playing Congress bingo, standard Grant rant about working more than 35 hours. If you're working more than 35 hours, you become a volunteer. We have a system that is run by well-meaning volunteers, from the very, very top to the very, very bottom. And that's not right. It's a profession. Please be professional. Try to work to your 35 hours. Okay. Ian Glennie and I were at the wonderful Scottish Hazards event in February. It's an SCUC-sponsored event, and so there's many different workers there. And we were having conversations about disputes and workload and demand across the public sector, as you can imagine. It's really easy. And someone from the Postal Service's working unions went, "Why don't you just stop?" And Ian and I immediately went, and what class do we stop doing? And then I thought, actually, she's right. She said, why don't we just stop? Let the system collapse, because the system is going to collapse us. And we need to move forward from that. I'm going to pad for the whole 10 minutes, Monique, don't worry. Again, thank you, delegates, thank you, members. We've had 2 big reports come out, the Health and Safety Wellbeing Committee, 2 big surveys, really, and a huge thank you particularly to Andrew Brown and to Laura Young for their support in that, and to Seamus and Monique and Paul. They've been hugely supportive of the work we're trying to do. The first one, I was astounded. In less than a week, we got over 600 responses. As you know, we don't get that for many things. And clearly demand was the number one. 94% of our members said that demands was their biggest stressor. So we felt we had to follow up. We had to unpick that. In the same way that we started to stop going, it's workload. No, it's work-related stress. Right, what part of work-related stress is it? Right, what part of demands is it? And as I said, Qualification Scotland and assignments and not fully work actually came second. It surprised me. The number one thing that will come out, and the report came out to you very, very soon, once we've got a wee bit of time, and I'd stop looking at photographs of puppies, was tracking and monitoring. And entering tracking and monitoring was the number one demand on our members. And I thought, and I actually spoke to my deputy, because we've got a reasonable situation where we are, and I can't complain about that. But we do know of that authority that asks for things in triplicate, that have they breathed correctly? How are you feeling about your breathing? Can I support your breathing in any way? We know those tracking and monitoring measures that we have to justify everything. Okay. The third thing on the list, and I know I'll touch on there with some people, was additional arrangements for Qualification Scotland and the work that's going into that. That was the number 3 thing. There was no real surprises out of that. In terms of the curriculum improvement cycle that we just had mentioned, we're not ready. Most of us haven't even thought about it, was actually the response, because we haven't got time to think about it. And the discussions, even for the most well-meaning of us, it's really, really out of our reach. It's at the end of a day. It's a webinar, another webinar at the end of the day. And it's exhausting. So that's a big thing. The one question, I actually thank Paul for this question that went into that last survey, was if there was one thing, if there's one thing that would make a difference, 82% of people said time.
Yep.
Some people wanted curricular resources. That's grand. Not many of us wanted tech. I'm talking the number of fingers in a five hand. There was a number of people who wanted tech. Right? So, folks, we know what we need. We talked about it earlier on about the reduced contact time, and we've got to meet measures on that. We got challenged on the back of on Facebook about what is the plan for action. So part of our plan for action is the 7% uplift motions. Some of our plans for action, I hope, will come in the motions that will come this afternoon after lunch about what can we do, what are our demands, about what we can do to support our members and what we're expecting local authorities and Scottish Government to implement for us. So, people, thank you very, very much for the support that you've given for the Health and Safety and Wellbeing Committee. For my committee members, thank you for the support. Sometimes they've been getting things very, very, very late. We've been looking at things when I share my screen on Teams about reports to do it. So I thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Grant, for this your amazing contribution to the committee. Do we have any questions or comments from the floor for Grant before we adjourn?
I've got a question.
Oh, Paul's got a question.
Yeah, it's a very serious question. What's the name of the puppy?
Working. It's coming in 4 weeks. The working name is Jock, but I quite like Mungo because Mungo in Scots actually literally means my pet.
Is it?
Oh. Mungo.
Mungo.
As in Kenty Gel.
No.
As in
Kenterdence's proper name, his mother called him Mungo because she was my pet.
Okay.
His mother, being St Enoch. St Enoch. And actually Mungo is a fifer. As a fifer.
Oh,
I'm curious. Right?
On the pars.
Watch it, or I'll fall out with people.
Okay, thanks, Grant. Well, I believe we are going to adjourn for lunch.
Approval.
Oh, we need approval, sorry. Approval for Grant's report. And it's approved, thank you. Lunchtime. We'll be back at 15:15. 13:15.
Yeah, could ask members to be back. Could ask delegates and guests to be back in their seats for 1:15 sharp. We'll be hearing the guest speaker, and that will be starting at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well done.
All rise.
Silence dans la salle. Sorry, folks, I realize that I am 5 minutes late to start the afternoon session. So could we get going so that you can all go home early, if possible, before 5 o'clock, preferably. We have now heard the Health and Safety and Wellbeing report. This is the time at which we are going to hear our guest speaker. So I'm going to try to introduce our guest speaker to you. Congress, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our guest speaker this year, Gillian Campbell-Vaux. Gillian's career has taken her from Heriot-Watt University and St Andrews College in Bearsden to classrooms in Dundee and Glasgow, and even as far afield as Latin America and China, where I understand her Spanish was described as posh. She has taught, advised, led, and inspired across every level of Scottish education, from subject advisor to QIO in Glasgow to associate teaching fellow at the University of Strathclyde, and ultimately becoming the first non-heritage Gaelic speaker appointed head teacher of the only Gaelic secondary school on the planet. Along the way, she somehow also found time to become Teacher of the Year in 2014, although I'm told she's not liking me to mention that. A pipe organist, a proud mom to Marion, and someone who has apparently been in trouble more than once for speaking too loudly, too passionately about Gaelic medium education, or perhaps simply about shoes. We have something in common. Gillian brings experience, humour, and authenticity in equal measures. Congress, please give a very warm SSTA welcome to Gillian Campbell-Vaux. Although she's not here, we're going to watch her online.
Mati Mahula Dunya, welcome to the Congress this morning. I'm sorry that I can't join you in person. It was so nice to see some of you last night. This morning, when the Congress is going on, I will be in Stornoway. One of my very good friends, Don MacLeod, who was an education officer in Perth and Kinross, sadly passed away at the age of 48, and I am going back to Stornoway, where he's at home, to say my last goodbye to him. So I'm sorry I can't join you. I'm sure you'll understand. It was one of the things I've always admired about the SSTA is the fact that they always put, families and relationships at the heart of everything they do. So I'm sure you'll understand that. And it's probably quite good that I'm not there in person, because you'd just be sick of the sight of me. I was absolutely delighted to be asked by Paul Cochrane if I would come along and have a chat to you. And as you know, the rules are when Paul Cochrane asks you to do something, the answer is always yes. I asked Paul what he wanted me to speak about. I don't think I've got a lot to say, except I do. Rent a gub here. And he said, well, you're a happy head teacher. Yes, there are some of us. And also about work time agreement and what we do in our school, I suppose, looking at all the big picture things that are coming down to us, and what does that look like then, on the ground. We're just kind of fresh from our session there from in service where we were going through our draft calendar and stuff, so I can share some of that with you as well. But my plan is I'm going to try and attempt to share my slides. It's looking back to the COVID days, when we were all online and it all kind of felt like you're having a seance with someone. Now, the slides, to be fair, are more an aid memoir for me. Otherwise, I'll end up talking about a million different things. Such are the joys when you are a head teacher with pretty full-on ADHD, which they picked up through my speech patterns at university. So I suppose I didn't want to miss the chance to just tell you a tiny wee bit about my school, about Arscall Gaelic Glasgow, which is very different than what people think it might be. So we're the only Gaelic medium secondary school in the world, believe it or not. There are different Gaelic provisions. So in some secondary schools, there may be Gaelic language or maybe a social subject, but in our school everything is delivered through the medium of Gaelic, where we have a teacher to do that. And currently at the moment the only subject that we don't deliver through the medium of Gaelic is RMPS. So we have around 600 pupils, which has increased significantly in the past kind of 3.5 years I've been here. When I started we were about 380 and we're now just about 600, and we'll continue to grow in that way, and we'll probably plateau out in the next 5 years about 800, which is just wonderful. It's certainly a lot different than when it started, when there was maybe like 3 wains and a dug, possibly a sheep, depending where you were from. We draw from 9 different local authorities. So obviously we have all the children who come through Gaelic medium education in Glasgow, and then we have other local authorities who put in placing requests, or their parents put in placing requests. We don't have the magic Gaelic money that people think we have in transport and whatever else. What you do have is, because the catchment area is so much bigger, because it's a whole city, that if you're over that X amount of miles, then transport's provided in primary, and in secondary they've got their bus passes or whatever else. Drawing from 9 different local authorities means you have to plan in a completely different way. We also have to consider the cognitive load for our children, particularly because they're working in, for most of them, a language which isn't their mother tongue. So believe it or not, about 95% of our children have absolutely no connection with Gaelic language, culture or heritage. They are proper Glasgow Gaels. We have about 32 languages in the school. But as I say, only about 5% of those are actually native, what we call native or heritage speakers of Gaelic. I suppose it's a bit like having, if it was English medium education, it'd be like having 95% of that as EAL. But what we don't have are the supports that you would find. So I don't have Gaelic as an additional language teacher. I will have one in August. And I have one support for learning worker. And our support for learning workers usually need to be Gaelic speaking, because everything is delivered through that medium. Most of the exams are still done in English, but taught through Gaelic. So we have social studies, Gaelic for fluent speakers, which is a bit like the way that we would teach English, and also mathematics, which maths, application of maths, etc. They're all done and assessed through the medium of Gaelic. And we have just been having a couple of meetings with Qualification Scotland and Education Scotland, so that we will have more exams on stream, and I'll talk to you about that in a wee minute or two. We're the most active school in Glasgow, with about just shy of 70% of kids doing sport in and out of the school day, which is great. It's a huge part of what we do. Obviously music is a massive thing as well, but it's just pretty much the school, the same as your own schools are. We're in a really old building that gets 4 asbestos inspections a year, but unless you're chewing the ceiling, you're going to be all right. We have 20% SIMD 1 and 2, which I know is significantly less than most other schools, but that is growing. When I first started, it was only sitting about 10%. So I hate the fact that we define children by postcode, so it's not something that we do. I think if that was the way, I would have been written off many years ago, coming from the tap end of the scheme in Stevenston and Ayrshire, and I'm very proud of that, and I'm very proud to have come through state education. So as you can guess, I didn't grow up speaking Gaelic. I'm a Gaelic learner, and by God, do they tell me every day I'm a Gaelic learner. How I manage to sound Spanish when I speak Gaelic, I don't know. My other languages that I teach are Spanish and French, and I've got some other languages that I can work in as well. However, I just kind of fell in love with Gaelic. I didn't ever think I'd be a head teacher, never mind a head teacher in a Gaelic medium secondary school, but there we are. Anyway, I suppose what I want to kind of move on to is just, the topic that again I thought about today is like, what new? Do you ever kind of feel like you're just getting all this stuff bombarded at you? Here's a thing from Education Scotland, here's a thing from Qualification Scotland, here's a thing from HMIE, here's a thing from the local. I go, what new? There just seems constant. And we have got such capacity for change. But it doesn't seem to be manifesting itself like that. In case you wonder, it sounds like it's pure blowing a hoolie outside. So I was looking at all the fabulous people that you've had speaking at your Congress before, and I don't mind saying I was a wee bit fear. You've obviously had Jenny Gilruth, who was a Cabinet Secretary for Education. Who knows what that'll look like after the election. You've had Pauline Stevenson from GTCS, Ken Muir, Mark Priestley, Walter Humes, all like, wow, really big people, in the education world who, have done amazing research and have made great recommendations, and yet we don't seem to be any further forward. Nothing seems to have changed, and yet all the evidence is pointing to what we could do and what we can do. So here's the thing, I don't have time. I don't have time to wait until somebody else, at least 1,000 pay grades above me, decides that we're going to change. So recently, I think, had it been an episode of Points of View, it would have said, raging from Berkeley Street. I got in touch with Education Scotland to say that their curriculum improvement cycle wasn't working for me. I didn't feel it was working for me in terms of being the head teacher of a Gaelic medium secondary school. I was concerned about the fact that there was kind of noises about losing subject specialism. I am a secondary teacher. and I teach languages. I'm very clear on that, and I'm very clear, and that's what I want for my school. I've tried to go for as many PTs as I possibly can within a structure that's quite outdated. So for me that really matters. So I had an email back saying, yeah, we've heard it's easier to come and see you than email you. Yeah, get in, you can get a rolling square, and I'm going to tell you what I'm not happy about. So to be fair, Education Scotland came in, basically said, here's everything that I think's wrong with it, here's my solutions to it, and here's how I think we can work together. And to their credit, we had them in today on in-service day, and we were looking at what we can do, because I feel that the curriculum improvement cycle is being done to us and not with us. And I feel for my teachers, we need to be right at the heart of that to make sure we're driving that change and not people who've not been in a school for a very long time. In terms of Qualifications Scotland, I also got in touch with them. Hiya, no pleased. And I suppose it's quite interesting because most people would think, well, it's just Gaelic, there's not going to be a lot there. But all of my children do Gaelic, so I present the same cohort for Gaelic as I do English. So, and while my numbers may be smaller than most other schools, the logistics of that, as most of you will well know, can be a nightmare. So trying to kind of sort out that as well, just even looking at logistics, looking at the kind of parity that our children can get in terms of the papers, in terms of terminology, in terms of, making sure that we've got Gaelic markers, marking papers. So to be fair, Nick came in, he wrote all over my whiteboard, which was very kind of him. And I said, that's great, but what are you actually doing for my children? And following on from that, in the past kind of 8 days, we've now got it agreed. We've got a 2-year plan where this time in 2 years, we'll have another 5 national 5s on stream through the medium of Gaelic, because I can't wait until they decide that maybe they're going to change the exams, or maybe the curriculum improvement cycle is going to marry up with that, In terms of what we do curriculum-wise, we've been on a really big journey in our school with that to make sure that we have a curriculum that's appropriate for the children and it matches up to what they want to do. I'll give you an example. So we have a full kind of broad general education, the same as any other school. The only things that we don't teach currently at the moment are home economics. We don't have a drama teacher, but we do drama through BGE with one of our Gaelic teachers. If anybody knows a Gaelic speaking home economics teacher, let me know. What we do is we have, and they do their subject choices after S2, and they pick 9 subjects, and 8 of those are almost like your kind of column subjects. So we do 8 subjects, whether they lead to National 5 or not, may not be. We might do NPs, may do National 4, we can do group awards. And then we also have a school of column. So we were looking at how we could get a bit of breadth and depth into our curriculum with personalisation and choice. So we've been working on it for a few years now, and what we have is a system through S1 and S2 where children experience school of. So we've got a school of sport, jumping about, lots of things going on, and they get to choose different sports within that. We've got School of Cyber. My head of enterprise has been doing an amazing amount of work on cyber security and things like that. So we have lots of kind of programming and things that goes on, which is really nice. So they've got School of Sport, School of Cyber. We have School of Languages, which is great. So that's something that I do. I'm a teaching head teacher this year out of a potential 30p. So we have a 35 period week. This year I taught 28. And I think that's hugely important. Did it kill me? Probably just about. But I'll be teaching probably somewhere around 15 because I want to, and also because it will help make the timetable work, and it just makes things a bit easier for people. So we've got School of Languages. We have School of Performing Arts, which is music and drama combined together. We also have School of Science, which is, it sounds like NASA, it really does. And we've also got School of Creative Industries, where we're looking at set building, costume making, and trying to address that more kind of creative industries and the skills and things that people would need for that. So they experience that through S1 and S2, each of them. They then pick one in S3 and they'll go on to do an award with that. And that's the one that they would drop at the end of S3 to continue with 8 subjects into S4. It's worked really well. We've kind of messed about with things like electives and wider achievement until we could get it right. And we had a big consultation with the staff. What can we do? And what would also address the needs of our children? What would address the needs of developing the young workforce? We're also taking account into things like the Gaelic economy here in Glasgow. So believe it or not, Gaelic's worth something like 24 to 26 million pounds a year to the Glaswegian economy. And looking at that, you're looking at digital communication, you're looking at tourism, you're looking at hospitality, and also expressive art. So trying to address a lot of that through our curriculum as well, which it's context specific. I absolutely understand, but it's great. So we're doing that. Have we got a challenge with timetabling? Yep, because I've now got a BGE that's the same size as Senior Face. That's quite interesting. But we've got through that, and I've just been getting responses in there from kind of some timetabling queries that people have got. And we're, yeah, we can move that. We can do things like that. However, so we've moved on curriculum. we've moved on exams, we've moved on curriculum improvement cycle, because, you know, they talk about when adults change. I don't see the adults changing quick enough for me, and maybe it's just because I'm impatient. However, when we kind of look at, everybody's talking about teaching needs to change, and you know, and it's really hard right now to be a teacher, and we're looking in the press and all the things that's going on. Oh, teaching's terrible, and we're under-resourced, we're understaffed. There are lots of different things. What's the jigsaw of what we need to change? What do we need to take away? And who can help us? And I think for me, my job is to protect my staff, and also to make sure that we protect our children. I tell the children every day, my first job is to keep them safe, but it's also to keep the staff safe as well. And that means emotionally safe, mentally safe, so they're then able and ready to go on and give the children the best experience they possibly can. I'm a big believer in, you know, tackling that bureaucracy, and really getting rid of the paperwork and the paper trails and things that we don't need. It's about trusting people, but also empowering them to believe in themselves and make sure that they feel supported to make the best possible professional judgments. Big question for us this morning was, who can help us? I didn't come into teaching to be a social worker. I didn't come in to be a health expert. I can't do that. It's not within my skill set. I'm a really good teacher. I think I'm a really good teacher. I love being a teacher. I think I'm an all right head teacher. Staff might say something different. However, the other stuff, I find it really hard then if I'm already saying, well, I can't do it, I can't expect my staff to do it. And I think if I could change it, we'd be looking for much better partnerships with, you know, health and social care as well. It would be great if we were able to have, you know, more access to school nurses, to dietitians, to making sure that we could work with the sleep counsellors to make sure that we would have that access, and better support from CAMs who are already overwhelmed. So it's really about who can actually help us so that we can just deliver education. You know, our pastoral care teams and our nurture teachers as well, they are just totally like run ragged, and they are all kinds of wonderful. But I'm sure there must be more support that we can get. But I think we're also quite clear in our limitations. We also have the added challenge in our own schools. We work with lots of different health boards as well. However, this is not going to turn into a moaning session, but I think I have to be cognizant for me. I lift that from the staff. So I'll deal with a lot of the kind of CAMS referrals and things like that, and I'll work with the pastoral care team in terms of kind of paperwork. I am so thrown about stuff. And when I worked in the centre as well, I would quite often sit in paperwork just to see how long it would take for people to ask me for it. So I'm also quite aware that when I ask someone for something, it's because I really need it. Okay, because I will need a paper trail, or I need a risk assessment, or I need to have your details on whatever it is, you know. So I think there's a conversation round about that jigsaw of we need change, but what is the change? Allow us to teach, and maybe somebody else needs to look at how we take care of the rest. In terms of...
And I thought I spoke too fast. I hope some of you have been following this better than me. I met Gillian last night, and I thought she was a very passionate and unique head teacher in a way, because I feel she's the kind of head teacher who's empowered herself not to listen or do what she's told to do by a local authority, but do what's best for her school and her teachers. And that's what I wanted her to demonstrate here. Maybe I should have listened to it first. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today, so we're left with a very interesting speech, but I'll have to listen to it again slowly. Thank you, guys. So at least you won't have to ask any questions. And Ian Glennie would like to make an announcement.
On the tables, there's a piece of paper for all of the district secretaries who are with us here today. You'll remember in the private session where Ward talked about having reps in schools. And obviously we go to our database to find out who the reps in our schools. Unfortunately, some people become a rep and they don't tell us, and we cannot do it by osmosis. So what we're asking you, the district secretaries who are here, can you have a look at the list that we've given you and check two things? First of all, do these schools still exist? And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. And or have they changed name? Has there been a merger? And if there is no rep, we think there's no rep, can you tell us if you know that there's a rep? And either email us back or just write on the bit of paper and pass it to the back table. And we know it's an extra task for you. We're talking about workload. For that, we apologise. But please do it. Okay?
It's important
Thank
anyway,
you.
so for us. Yes, please.
Ian, osmosis is specifically the movement of water across a selectively permeable membrane. Going to use it in that. I know you're a physicist, but come on.
I was using it as an analogy.
Come on. Not good enough.
I take the point.
Oh, I'm lost. Anywho, let's get on with Congress business. We are now going to listen to motion F, which is proposed by Grant McAllister, the chair of the Health and Safety and Wellbeing Committee.
Puppy Dad, Delegate 21. Again, I said this morning, thank you so much for everyone who supported replying to the work-related stress survey back in September, and those who helped encourage others to do that. It was a huge response. It was a wonderful response to have it so quickly, and then to have that followed up by a fifth of the membership in a week responding to the second one. Last week, I mentioned it this morning, last week someone had said, what now in terms of us objecting to the reduced class contact time, what the SST going to do. So part one of that was our 7% motion this morning. Part two of this is actually to look at our work-related stress report and its recommendations and to take those forward. And we know work-related stress demands was by far the number one factor there. But the picture's wider than that. The pictures, teachers have also said they're worn down by inconsistent support, poorly managed change, and a lack of control and autonomy in what they're doing. And taken together, this is a system that is placing staff well-being, retention and quality of learning at real risk. And the solutions exist. The survey gives us clear, practical actions. Workload audits and don't-do lists, protected time, meaningful concentration and better trained managers, and a planned removal of old tasks while new policies arrive. So the don't-do list, eliminating demands. So an administrative audit, task audit immediately, and not to streamline, but to eliminate, to take away the stuff that's just not necessary, as Gillian so rightly talked about earlier on. The enhancing support. Obviously, we have our campaign to reduce class contact time, and that will have to continue. But also targeted training. The HSC, which gave us the 6 stress indicators that we surveyed on, does have managing standards. It has training to give there. It has other people to do that. I don't believe any head teacher or deputy actually stretches out to be horrible to their staff or to not care. But do they have training? Do they actually know what to look for? I had a chat at lunchtime with the SAMH people, and I said, how many times when people are really struggling with work-related stresses, have a cup of tea and things aren't that great at home, you know, and that's it. Where's the place in the school where a member of staff who's having a crisis can go and be by themselves? They don't exist. We have them for our learners. And years ago, Ian and I met with someone from Heriot-Watt University who said, schools are brilliant at supporting their learners, but terrible at supporting their staff. And we need to get better at that. Managing change effectively. Consultation and communication strategies. All new initiatives enforce a mandatory consultation period and develop a communication plan that clearly articulates the why, the what, the when and the how of implementation. And a phase-in with that strategy. That all new policies and procedures must include a clear phase-in period with associated training and specific periods for the removal of old tasks to prevent additive workload. Congress, these aren't luxuries. They're the minimum required for a safe, sustainable profession, and I urge you to support this motion.
Well done, we do have a seconder, which is Carl Boyd.
David Jones, Delegate 75, second the motion.
Oh, thank you, David. So David Jones is that.
Sorry. Thank you, David. Sorry about that. Someone gave me the wrong information. Right. We have a speaker or an amendment? Amendment. Here we go. Yeah. So we'll move to an amendment.
Gordon West 12, going to propose an amendment. I've spoken about it in advance to Grant, and I believe he's supportive. And it should hopefully be coming up on screen. Is that possible?
Not sure.
If not, I've got it in paper, but I thought I sent it ahead in the hope it would be on screen. Okay, never mind. I will read the proposal. So, what I wanted to do was change some of the wording because I've got one or two little concerns. So in point 1b, where it currently says introduce email and communication protocols to explicitly protect non-working time, between the words protect and non-working time, I wish to add the words both time and place working and non-working time. And I'll explain that. I'll give you this paper when I'm finished for the note. So it will then read, introduce email and communication protocols to explicitly protect both time and place working and non-working time. And I think that's important because it would be very easy for management at whatever level to say, we'll easily protect non-working time, never send emails out with this time frame. And that would restrict our right for time and place working. So I think we've got to get protocols that work for everybody. The second thing I'd wish to amend is 2A, where I'm going to suggest a few words need knocked off and some other words put in. It currently guaranteeing protected non-contact and management time. I wish to add in the words for promoted staff agreed at national level. And I think that's important because we don't want a haphazard, each local authority making their own arrangements. We need to get a national conditions of service that apply across the board, and it has to be protected non-contact and management time. I would, however, wish to remove the words that then follow to ensure it cannot be reallocated for meetings or additional duties. And the reason for that is management time does at times involve additional meetings and sometimes appropriate additional duties. So I think the wording of that isn't what the intention is behind the motion. The motion is to protect management time for appropriate management tasks. And I think the additional wording I put in and removing that better achieves that end. So that's my one proposal. It's in two parts, but that's my one amendment. I'm looking for a seconder.
We need a seconder. Okay. Do we do have a seconder? Carl Boyd. That's the one. Sorry. Do we now have to agree?
Does Grant agree to it?
Grant, do you agree with the amendment? I take it. Could we have a seconder?
For the amendment?
Oh, the seconder. It's Boyd. It's the one. It's Carl Boyd. Carl Boyd. With a C-A-R-L. Right. We now vote for the amendment. Yeah. So now we're going to vote for the amended version of motion. What? Vote for the, to agree with it. Well, okay. Okay, sorry.
Grant agreed, so it's just
but Grant agreed.
Yeah, so just a vote for it because it's accepted. There's no debate. But
yeah.
But we still need to vote on the amended. So there's people wanting to talk now.
Okay. Okay, we're going to vote the amendment first, okay? Those in favour of the amendment, can you raise your hand, please? Thank you. Okay. Those against? One. Okay, and any abstentions?
Any online?
No. Online?
One in favour online, President.
One in favour online. So, it's not unanimous, but it's a majority, so it's NEMCON? Yeah.
That's just for the amended motion now.
So nobody spoke against it so far.
One did.
What? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Do you want to speak against the motion?
Nobody spoke against it.
Nobody spoke against it. Okay? Right. So we are now going to debate the amended version of motion F. Who's first? We've only got one contribution, that's good.
Trevor Joyce, delegate number 68. I support this motion, and for very simple and straightforward reasons. I believe that our role as school reps is to make our members' lives as easy as possible, both physically, their mental well-being and their physical well-being in terms of a safe environment. My opinion, all of the issues in this motion support that, and they will help us to make it simple and straightforward. A lot of technical stuff in here, a lot of things to read. I would urge you to think about just it makes our members' lives easier emotionally and physically. Please support this motion.
Anybody else? Not that I can see now, because you should be sitting by now. Yeah, you want to contribute. So we're going to vote for the amended motion F. Those in favour of motion F? Thank you. Those against motion F? Nobody. Any abstentions? No.
Three votes for online.
3 votes. Oh, that's unanimous then this time round. Okay. Motion's passed unanimously. Motion F. Right, thank you. Now, I'm going to call David Jones to propose motion G.
David Jones, delegate 75. This is nerve-wracking. Health screening. The availability for businesses and employees of both benefits for employees and for employers. Employees feel valued, employees feel valued and confident that their health and well-being are not taken for granted. Employers have the confidence in their employees they are fit and well. As simple as that. So how as teachers we are asked to make an appointment, whichever it is, out with your working day, or are made to feel guilty about making that appointment during your working day. And as you know, for teachers, there are numerous appointments after you have finished your teaching and working day. Colleagues, I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Yes, Grant.
And just to get a chair.
Happy-go-lucky, Delegate 21. I want to congratulate David on his first ever speech at Congress.
Well done, David.
There are lots of data in all sorts of sectors that show that if you invest in your workers' health, that the benefits come back multifold to the employer. Okay. As David addressed, there's a teacher guilt barrier of making appointments and making appointments timely. We're only allowed to be unwell during the holidays. So what we're looking for is a proactive solution. We've noticed that we said we've made it voluntary because I know that some of our members have a fear of occupational health and how that's going to be used. So that's why it's a voluntary system. But the idea is that we have early identification of potential issues. I'm just going to give you a real example from last year. Someone I'm very, very close to in the teaching community, and went for a weekend away with 4 middle-aged men pals that he'd had from university. And they had competitive blood pressure monitoring because somebody had a blood pressure there, because that's what guys are like. And the host of that weekend is a buyer for a pharmaceutical firm, and his work had sent him to get some health screening, and he was starting statins on the Monday morning. Funnily enough, he was buying the statins that he was going to be. The second one works for a company that puts up marquees for weddings and events. He had been sent by his employer to medical screening that actually had introduced found out he had heart palpitations, so he had started medication. And just in the last month has had an operation on his heart on the back of that medical screening. The third one had a history of heart disease amongst the men in his family, had been watching his cholesterol just as a natural course of things from university days. But he again had been sent as a lawyer to our medical health professionals to be screened on his health. The fourth one found out a couple of months later that he had a heart condition. The teacher found out he had a heart condition. And he found that out when he had a stroke. Public sector workers need to be invested in, or public sector will fail. The costs of recruitment, the lack of retention will damage our public sector economy. We need to have the ability to be treated as well as our public sector, our private sector colleagues. I urge you to support this motion.
Any speakers?
Sorry, everyone.
That's great.
Casey, delegate number 11 again. So it's the guilt thing with teachers. We don't take time off work until we're literally unable to get out of bed, because often it's actually more effort for us to be off work than at home recovering, because you have to settle the cover, and then when you get back to we were talking about this at lunch, you know, because when you get back to your class, your room's a state, you've got no pencils, you've got no equipment left. The cleaners are all moaning because everything was in the wrong places and no one tidied up. And you get really angry about it, because when you go and cover someone's classes, you're there and you're looking after their stuff and you're making sure their pencils are being brought in. But for some reason, if you're not in your room, it falls apart. And so as teachers, we ignore our health problems. I'm guilty of it. I got told to take time off work by my head teacher because of how ill I was at one point. I got told to take time off. But then at that same point, we've got, you know, we have that same head teacher moaning about all the staff absences and how hard and how heavy cover is. We have to look after ourselves, and we're not, because of that guilt. So that's why I really, really support this. If we had medical screening, then, you know, we'd be able to catch things. And actually, what we were saying earlier is, if you're taking off that 1-2 days when you're just starting to get ill, you're better within 1 or 2 days. But with what we do is we go, no, I'll struggle in, I'll manage. And then you're ill for like the rest of the month. And you end up having to take even more time off. So yes, very strongly support this.
Oh.
Thank you, President. Ward McCormick, number 44. Casey actually stole some of my speech there, but I'll let her off with that. I think one of the things that recently I had a meeting with HR in my authority. One of the things they were telling us that, surprisingly enough, teachers have got some of the lowest absence rates, but it's not as obvious as that, because why do we have the lowest absence rates? Because we're scared to be off. We're scared to be absent. One of the things is absence management policies make it difficult to be off, because people think, oh, if I'm off another two days, I'll be in a stage 1 absence. If I'm off another 3 days, I'll be in a stage 2 absence, or whatever. And that puts the fear of death into people when they start getting these absence management procedures thrown at them. And the other thing that, if you're making a hospital appointment, can you make it outside, or a doctor's appointment, can you make it outside the school day? It's not always possible. And then people have to argue to get hospital appointments. These policies and things that are put in place make it difficult for people to be absent. People go in the morning and they're by 10 o'clock in the morning thinking, I should not be in here. I know that some absence management policies now make it the case that if you're off for less than half a day, they're counting it as a full day's absence. Whereas if you went in at 9 o'clock in the morning and by 9:30 you had to go home, that was not counted as an absence. Now they're counted as an absence. So these policies are making it more and more difficult for people to be absent. So they're dragging themselves in at all costs. So please support the motion.
Now, I can't see any other contributions, so we go for a vote on motion G. Those in favour of motion G, raise your hand. Thank you. Cool. Those against motion G? Nobody. Any abstentions? No. Online?
3 votes, all for, President.
Okay, that's unanimously carried. Thank you. Well done. Okay, now we have time to go on motion H. And again, Grant, you get the floor.
Genuinely, the committee was told by the President and Vice President we would get one motion. This one, last year we adopted the recommendations of the Education Workforce Support document that was commissioned by Scottish Government, authored by COSLA, and by one of them being the workload, the workforce national group. Money has been set aside for it. I spoke to one of the authors just a couple of months ago. Money has been set aside. There has not been a meeting yet. Government's too busy to look after one of its core functions. And I'll go back and say words like education, 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 and judge me on that. So people, this is just us as a union. What are our next steps? What are the things we're going to do next? Let's put pressure back onto our new government and say, you promised this, you commissioned this, COSLA, you wrote it. Let's do something about it.
Yep.
I urge you to support the motion.
We do have a seconder.
Carl Boyd, Delegate 63, and I second the motion.
Speakers for the motion? No? Well done. So, can we vote? Those who vote are in favour of motion G, raise your hand. H. Apologies. Thank you. Those against motion H? Any abstentions? Nope. Online?
I have 2, both in favour, President.
2 vote in favour out of 3.
1 has chosen not to vote.
Okay. So that's going to be NEMCOM then. Yeah, NEMCOM.
Oh, no. Sorry, they have now voted.
Okay.
3 all in favour.
Okay,
There is a timeline.
unanimously passed then.
So it's unanimous then.
Unanimous for motion H.
Well done.
Now, well done, folks, for their health and well-being. Now, we're going on item 13, additional support needs, my bread and butter. Report from the committee will be delivered by Ruth Nichol, our chair.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to keep it very short. You'll be very pleased to know. We've been busy this year with the number of reports that have been issued around support for learning at ASN, and looking at what our perspective is and how the most recent report is basically saying what we have been saying for years about how we need more support, more training, more specialism within support for learning. We've done a pile of work, including contacting COSLA to ask how the additional funding from last year was used, and we're just waiting for a response on that. We've produced a press release for the Falkirk Council proposal to close primary ASM provisions and the knock-on effect that would have for secondary schools. And we continue to be involved in working groups for the SNCT looking at class sizes, and involved in Sagrabus looking at behaviour in schools. I want to give my thanks to the members who have worked very hard this year, and I'm very appreciative of the hard work and the commitment as well that they've all shown. And if anyone would like to come and join us, we're a very nice wee group. So please let me know, and you'll be made very welcome. So if there's any questions, I'll take them now.
Any questions for Ruth? Yes?
Oh, no.
Chris McDonald, Falkirk delegate,
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Any questions or comments further? No? Okay. So we need approval for the report. Can we have approval, please, from the floor?
Sorry, President.
Thank you. The report is approved. Now,
Motions.
we're going to motion
Aye.
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 Okay. And Ruth, you're back in.
I know, I'm not moving. Okay, so Ruth Nichol, delegate number 96. I had a look over my previous speeches at Congress and I noticed a theme running throughout every single speech: resourcing. It seems that each time I stand in front of you all, whether I'm talking about the specialist role of the teacher of the deaf or about needing more staff and training, it comes down to the same basic point: resourcing. We need more of everything: staffing, training, specialist support, even physical space. In last year's speech, I focused on the additional £29 million being given to ASN and for it to be specifically ring-fenced. Where is that money going? 29 million split between 32 authorities does not go very far, and we are currently waiting to hear from COSLA on how the additional funding was used. Many teachers across the country have not seen the benefits of this extra funding. Last year I spoke of the need for better resourcing and support for learning by using the extra funding wisely through ring fencing. If we look at just two of the political party manifestos, the Greens and the SNP, we are told about the significant focus that will be given to education and particularly ASN. SNP state that they will take forward the recommendations made in the McManus report, and the Greens promise more specialised training within ASN from initial teacher education onwards. Just 4 days ago, the SSTA put out a call to the new government to prioritise education with a significant focus on the need to resource ASN with adequate funding, specialist support and more training in order to meet the needs of our most vulnerable pupils. You will be spotting that common theme again: resourcing. In March, we were given yet another review of support for learning, the McManus report. This one, however, doesn't speak of the issues within support for learning across Scotland, but of the things that must be put in place for Scottish education to successfully respond to the needs of the 43% of pupils with additional support needs. The review sets out 6 requirements which must be in place for Scotland to deliver effective support for children and young people given the scale and complexity of need present. If we look at the 6 requirements, what do we see? That theme again. Exactly what I and many within support for learning have been banging the drum about for years. The answer to our problem is resourcing. The 6 requirements cover a national framework for coordinated support, a workforce model which is aligned to the scale and complexity of need, i.e. more and specialist training, early and sustained support, multi-agency coordination, clear and consistent approach to how information is captured and used, and finally a curriculum model aligned with system demand. 6 requirements that will make our education system, and particularly our focus on support for learning, fit for the needs of all of the pupils in front of us. This report is a recommendation, or should it be seen as a necessity, for how education must be reformed. What this report is calling for, and what we as teachers have been asking for years, is proper investment in resourcing for ASN to truly meet the needs of the children and young people in Scotland. Not a little extra funding that makes no difference, not a cut in teacher or school assistant numbers, but a complete shift in our approach to ensure that the full education system works for all of the children and young people in front of us by utilising the specialist skills and upskilling the entire workforce to deliver the education that is now needed. This report states that support for learning is no longer additional but must be seen as central in education. Within the introduction, it states additional support for learning is no longer a marginal part of the system. It is a central feature of teaching, learning and relationships across all stages of education. We can no longer view support for learning as something added on to mainstream for the few who need it. So, will the new Scottish Government take this forward? Well, if it's an SNP government, they have to. They commissioned the McManus review, and I'll be banging on the door to remind them of their promises. However, it has to be a real shift, not a nod to the review. For Scotland to have an education system that we are all proud of, there must be a real push to put these requirements into practice. For this to be truly realised, there must be an investment in ASN for all, from all. For this to be truly realised, the new Scottish Government and local authorities must invest appropriately in additional support needs. Or, as a review suggests, should that now be central support needs? Please support this motion.
We do have a seconder, Luke Wright.
Yeah, Luke Wright, Aberdeenshire, delegate number 13. So, if this figure of 40% of pupils have an ASN, that means those additional needs are actually rapidly becoming the new average pupil. There's no increase in staffing. In fact, in many places, that's quite the opposite. There's still continues to be decreasing in ASN staffing. I will put my hand up. I am part of that problem. I returned to mainstream simply because the skill set that I had in ASN of working with pupils with dyslexia, working with people with dyscalculia in ASN, working with them on strategies to work in a mainstream classroom, working with them on how to get the best use of the tech that was available to them in the mainstream classroom. I was no longer able to do that because I was being pulled further and further down into really, really complex needs. And don't get me wrong, those people need supported as well, but they all need supported. And by being pulled away, I felt the best way for me to support the pupils of my skill set was to go back to the mainstream and support them in my mainstream classroom. So, if inclusion is really to be truly successful, and to echo the President's opening speech this morning, it must be resourced fully, must be staffed, must have infrastructure, and must have resources. And those resources aren't just, as is often the case, access to a Chromebook. I have pupils who have access to a Chromebook, they go along to ASN, and as with old Mother Hubbard, the cupboard is bare, and they return empty-handed because we simply don't have enough of those Chromebooks. So, properly resourcing inclusion is going to benefit not only supported pupils, but also all pupils, because it ensures that there's going to be specialists in ASN support, supporting pupils with the needs, and it's going to allow the specialist teachers of subject to really concentrate on teaching their subject in the classroom. I therefore urge you all to support this motion.
Now we do have a speaker to the motion. Is that your first time? It is. Way. Well done.
So I'm Aileen Haldane from North Lanarkshire, delegate number 83. And please be gentle with me because I came up with it a bit paper. I would urge you to support this motion. I work in ASN and I work in complex needs. And I can understand what Luke is saying about he felt his skill set was better going back to mainstream. As someone in complex needs, we did see some of this money. And I was speaking earlier to my district secretary about procurement. When I can buy measuring jugs in Aldi for £4 or £1.50 on Temu, why are we having to pay £12, £15 because it has sensory or autism or ASN attached to the name? 29 million doesn't go far across 32 authorities. It certainly doesn't go very far when we're having to buy basic resources for our schools. I would ask you to please support the motion so that everyone is educated properly, fully, and as Ruth had said, it's about educating all our learners. It's not an additional need they have, it's an entitlement. Everyone is entitled to education. Let's support the right of our learners, but let us support each other in educating them. Thank you.
Well done. All right, Jason.
Jason Curry, City of Aberdeen, delegate number 8. I'd just like to say that rather than increasing resources, what tends to happen is that the bar to access specialist provision gets raised ever higher. And the consequence of that, of course, is that the needs of individuals aren't met. And so, therefore, I'd urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Now, I can't see any more speakers to the debate, so we're going to do the vote, okay? Those in favour of motion I, can you please raise your hand? Thank you. Thank you. Those against? No. And any abstentions? None. Online?
Currently 2 in favour, President.
The third one might be.
I'm looking at the screen to make it go quicker. I rest at 2.
It could be, yeah.
It could be, yeah.
NEMCOM.
Shall we just go for NEMCOM? Anyway, the motion's passed. Okay, the motion's passed. Well done, Ruth. Brilliant, thank you. Now, item 14, Equalities Committee. Now, I'm calling Maggie Nesbitt here to do the report of the committee. Oh, the vote has come in, and unanimous. Okay, we've changed it to unanimous. That's perfect. Yeah. Report.
Good afternoon, colleagues. The report is tabled, but I do have some additional information to give. As I'm a teacher, I did some overtime on a bank holiday weekend, and I met online with a research fellow from Derby University. He is researching disabled teachers and the supports they are given and the impact on their health. We had a nice long 1 hour conversation on the Saturday morning. It was lovely and sunny, but worthwhile nonetheless. We talked about physical health, mental health, dyslexia, dyspraxia, and everything else. We discussed the impact between the workload that we have as teachers and how that affects our physical, mental health. And we're looking forward to inviting him along to the Qualities Committee next year so that we can develop this further to see if there's anything we can do and any advice that we can give to members, to colleagues to take this forward. So are there any questions?
Thank you, Maggie. Any questions? Comments? No?
Yeah.
Oh. Nice wee tune.
That's quite all right.
Therefore, we now need to...
Approve.
Well, no, we're going to approve the report first, Mr. Vice President. Can we approve the report? For once I get something wrong. Something right, sorry. Okay, so now Maggie is staying in to propose motion J.
President, Congress, I speak in favour of the motion that neurodiverse adults in the workplace fear that disclosing their diagnosis could lead to discrimination and that leaders in Scottish education should adopt existing SSTA advice for supporting neurodiverse staff as a baseline expectation for working with all staff in schools. Reasons for this. 1. Fear of disclosure is real and rational. Many neurodiverse adults, autistic staff, those with ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, and other cognitive differences do not disclose their diagnoses at work. This is not because adjustments are unnecessary, but because disclosure too often carries risk. Staff report fears of being judged as less capable, as less resilient, or more difficult to manage. In schools where professional judgment, observation and performance management are high stakes, those fears are intensified. When staff feel it is safer to mask their neurodivergence than to be open, we should recognise that this signals a systemic issue, not an individual failing. Reason 2. Optional guidance creates inequality. While guidance may exist to support neurodivergent staff, it is inconsistently applied. In practice, this means that support can depend heavily on the goodwill, awareness, confidence of individual managers. That inconsistency breeds inequality. By contrast, adopting guidance as a minimum baseline for working with all staff reduces the risks associated with disclosure. It removes the needs for individuals to repeatedly justify their needs and ensures fair, predictable practice across schools and local authorities. Reason 3. Universal design benefits everyone. Crucially, neurodiversity-informed practice is not niche or specialist. Clear communication, predictable systems, reasonable flexibility, and thoughtful approaches to workload and change are beneficial for all staff, particularly in a profession experiencing high stress and burnout. Using such guidance universally shifts us away from a deficit-based model where support only follows diagnosis towards a preventative and inclusive approach that supports well-being and effectiveness across the workforce. Reason 4. Leadership and consistency matter. Bodies such as the Scottish Government, COSLA and SNCT have a responsibility to provide clarity and consistency. Setting a shared baseline expectation sends a powerful message that equity, dignity and respect at work are not optional extras, but core professional standards. It also strengthens trust. When staff know that inclusive practice is embedded systematically rather than informally, they're more likely to remain in the profession and to seek support early. Some may argue that applying neurodiversity guidance universally is unnecessary or burdensome. The opposite is true. Inconsistency is what creates burden. Burden on staff who must self-advocate repeatedly and on managers navigating unclear expectations. A clear baseline simplifies practice and supports sustainable careers in education. In conclusion, if disclosure continues to feel risky, then our systems are not yet inclusive enough. Adopting neurodiversity-informed guidance as a baseline expectation is a practical, proportionate and ethical step forward, one that supports neurodivergent staff, strengthens staff wellbeing and ultimately benefits our schools as a whole. Congress, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Maggie. We do have a seconder, Kirsty.
Kirsty Logan, North Lanarkshire, Delegate 84. I want to emphasise that this motion is at its heart about fairness and professional respect. Too many of our neurodivergent colleagues are left making a calculation every day. Is it safe to disclose who I am or safer to stay silent? The fact that this question still exists in our schools should concern all of us. When disclosure carries perceived risk, it tells us something important about workplace culture. It tells us that inclusion is too often dependent on individual attitudes rather than shared standards. That is not acceptable in a national education system that prides itself on equity. This motion does not ask for anything radical. It simply asks that guidance which already exists is treated as the minimum expectation, not a discretionary extra. That matters because when support is universal, staff do not need to reveal personal information or fight for legitimacy in order to be treated reasonably. I also want to stress this is not solely about neurodivergent colleagues. Clarity, predictability, flexibility, and humane workload practices benefit everyone in our schools. Embedding them as a standard practice strengthens our profession. By calling on the Scottish Government, COSLA and the SNCT to lead with consistency, this motion sets clear and proportionate direction of travel, one that builds trust, improves retention and affirms dignity at work. And for those reasons, Congress, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. We have two more speakers. Ruth? Maggie's there. Yes, sorry.
Ruth Nichol, Delegate number 96. I'm just very quickly going to say my husband has undiagnosed ADHD and he works in a special school, and the support that he gets is unbelievable because they understand what it means to be neurodiverse and why he may take a different approach or whatever. And I think I'm just trying to kind of almost link what I was talking about 2 minutes ago with what Maggie is talking about here, that, you know, with more training, you raise the awareness and therefore people don't feel like they have to hide who they are, because being neurodiverse is not something that's wrong. It's a different way of looking at life, and quite often it's a better way of looking at life. So please support the motion.
Absolutely. Okay, so, no, we don't have any more speakers, so we're going to vote. Motion J. Those who are in favour, can you please raise your hand? Doing well. Okay, thank you. Those against? No. Any abstentions? One. Okay. Online?
3 in favour online.
3 and 3 online. So, NEMCOM? Yeah. No, we have an abstain. We have someone who's abstaining, so it can't be unanimous. Got it right again? Oh, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Right. Right, okay, now we're going on to item 15, and the speed at which we are going means that you might get home earlier today than expected. Okay. 15, relationships and behavior. Gordon Ezon Sagrabis is going to report from the committee.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, I didn't give you a written report. There were a couple of meetings quite recently, and there's always the possibility that something significant happens which changes everything. Well, it didn't. But apologies also if what I'm saying repeats what I've said at previous councils, because it basically will. But the last year has been significant and a lot of work, a lot of meetings. This is a report on Sagrabis and a few of the working groups that subgroups basically, and there's a lot going on, at least up at the top, up at national policy level or guidance level. My concern is it feeding down? But more of that in a second. I would draw your attention to two documents I think are really important that were issued the 17th of June 2025. One is titled Fostering a Positive, Inclusive and Safe School Environment. I know some colleagues have read that and think it's pages and pages and pages of stuff. Not more of this stuff. Let me draw your attention to section 2, which is all about the use of consequences in schools. Section 5, which is about identifying appropriate consequences. This is national guidance. So, why isn't it happening on the ground? Why aren't policies being rewritten to reflect what should be happening in schools? The second policy and I'll just mention Appendix 1 actually gives examples. We put together a range of examples of how naturally occurring consequences could occur and what they could look like to give starters to schools who are struggling to think of what sort of consequences could be appropriate. It's there. The second document I wanted to mention is the one, same date, 17th June. It's called Risk Assessments for Violent, Aggressive and Dangerous Behaviour. That's a pretty comprehensive title. And it says what it means, what it says in the tin, basically. That's what it's all about. We identified in the last research that the key issues in schools were ongoing behaviour issues that's detracting from teaching, and damaging education, and also violent incidents were high up the risk, the level of concern. Well, the first document about introducing consequences was directly to respond to the first concern and the widespread view that there were no consequences. Well, that was addressed, recognised and addressed. The second document is to tackle the minority of pupils who show violence to such an extent that there's a foreseeable risk of ongoing violence, and to assess that risk and put in place mitigations to reduce that risk. Now, that's there. Is it happening in schools? My concern is it's not happening to any of the extent I would like to have seen by this stage, because we're going to have BISA research. The next iteration of it is due this year. I don't think it's going to pick up much change because it hasn't begun to filter down at the grassroots level yet. It might even show things are continuing to slide worse. We will see. So those documents, if your local authorities aren't making attempts to force schools to address them, I would suggest that's a direction of travel for LNCTs to be raising and trying to push forward. If your own schools haven't updated their relationship or behaviour policies, which to me means one and the same, if they haven't been updating those policies to reflect this guidance, that has to be a priority, otherwise we don't change things on the ground. Since then, there was a document published 18th March 2026, included, engaged and involved Part 1, which is about improving attendance in Scotland schools. Quite a big document again, but one little addition I thought was of significance, and I'll mention it here on page 36. It lists reasons why some pupils could be on part-time timetables, and one of them, and by the way, part-time timetables is often referred to as less than full learning hours, or some phrase like that. One of the points to note is if it's the result of mitigation identified in a risk assessment. So if you've got a situation where some person, clear foreseeable risk of ongoing violence or a risk that other people will continue to get hurt, and all the mitigations have been applied and updated, and you added and updated, and you get the point, what more mitigation could we do to reduce the risk? It's happening every week. What more could be done? Maybe the next step is to, if they were in school half as often, maybe the risk goes down by 2/3. Firstly, because it's going to be at least half the risk if half the time is off, but also because people tend to be more likely to become violent if they're getting more and more tired as the day goes on. Their tolerance levels might drop. So it's a mitigation that might be appropriate in a very, very few cases, but it's specifically noted here. And I think these things are important. We need to see things happening in that direction. I won't speak forever, although we've got plenty of time, haven't we?
You're doing great.
There's other documents been out there which are relevant. I'm not going to mention much. Updated guidance on restraint and seclusion was out there. There's a lot of current work going on which I think is important. We're updating part 2 of included, engaged, involved, and that's the guidance around exclusion. I'd point out that nothing radical is being done. There's no attempt to really change much for change's sake. There's no agenda other than updating the document to reflect other things that are changing. It's not as though there's any intention to remove the right, shall we say, that's in law to exclude if necessary. So it's just a case of updating the guidance. There's work on a committee working group on recording and monitoring. That's quite important as well, because unless we're going to get clear ways of recording incidents of significance, it then becomes difficult for people to do valid and robust risk assessments. So recording is essential. So there's work being done on that. I would point out they managed to get a system to record bullying. If you can record bullying, surely we can have a robust system for recording violence and aggressive behaviour. More generally, but we will see. And then there's the working group updating what's planned for the BISA research. So those groups have been going on. Policies will be getting published. The issue is it making a difference on the ground? I'd like to finish with a wee thought I had the other day. I get fed up of GDPR training. Do you? Every year, GDPR again. Okay, and we do it. And do you know why it's such a priority? Because the authorities can be fined. There's a financial incentive on them to make a big deal of that. There's no real financial incentive on them yet to address violence in schools. Well, maybe we have to start going to court and pointing out, sorry, this person had a foreseeable risk of behaving like this. A member of staff has now been injured as a result because you didn't update or write or follow a risk assessment. Negligence. Financial cost, maybe it'll rise in their list of priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you. Are there any questions for Gordon? Any comments? Yes, Karen.
There is a mic somewhere.
Can't hear.
Can somebody get the mic? Sorry, could we just wait and get the microphone so the whole room can hear? My apologies.
Give you a microphone.
Hi Gordon, I just wanted to say that I've seen some risk assessments and it's got a pupil's name and then it says there's a high risk of that pupil being very dysregulated and maybe there being an incident. But then it's given a mitigation, and the mitigation is if staff read the BASP and therefore they read the behavioural additional support plan, they'll know about the pupil, and that brings the risk from red down to green. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, it's very simple. That's maybe how they write it first time. And then if further incidents happen, it suggests that it isn't sufficient in of itself to reduce the risk sufficiently, so it has to be updated with the recording of the further incident since the first draft of the risk assessment, and then we need to apply more mitigations to reduce the risk further. So that's the point I mean. It's all very well writing a risk assessment and saying we've got it done, but if incidents keep happening, we need to tighten the screw of mitigations to try and squeeze out the possibility of that happening. And that's if management won't do that bit, they're being negligent. So that's the answer. Okay? Anything else?
Thank you.
That was terribly reasonable.
No, thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you. Now,
Approval.
we need approval for the report. Please. Oh, okay. Now we're going to listen to two motions. Okay, motion K and motion L. So motion K will be proposed and seconded, then motion L will be proposed and seconded, and then people from the floor can talk to any motion, either for or against, of course. But please, there might not be enough chairs as well for the people who want to speak, but I'll take all the comments we rally. So, Vince, first time?
Yeah.
Well done.
Vince Savaro, Renfrewshire, 109. The motion's quite clear. I'm here just to give you a bit of background to this motion, and this is from personal experience. So myself and my colleagues, you might have seen it in the press, the news, I'm not sure, were targeted through the creation of AI videos and Snapchat accounts. So we'll just try and lead you through sort of the process. So a colleague had alerted senior management onto these accounts on the Wednesday, which is ironically my day off. So after 3 pupils approached her about Snapchat messages that they had received purporting to be from her, the same colleague was shown videos from one of the accounts that revealed staff members had been videoed and photographed without their consent. This ultimately led to an S4 pupil who admitted taking the videos on that day, and at this point an investigation began. On the Thursday, I became aware of the accounts, and by this point the school had established that 20 plus of these accounts had been created. I spoke to the head teacher. Our EIS rep unfortunately had been ill, so I just assumed that role for all the staff. I spoke to the head teacher, who officially informed staff via email to make them aware of what had gone on and to try and reassure staff as much as possible. Subsequently, through investigations, we found out that 40 plus accounts had been created. So this included teaching and non-teaching staff. And this involved pupils creating accounts from most year groups. So it wasn't just, S4s or S5s, all the way down to S2s were doing this. I have to say, prompted by senior pupils. On the same day, a colleague informed the head teacher that a senior pupil had reported being shown an AI video which was sexually explicit, and it featured images of 2 colleagues engaged in sexual activity. You can leave that to your imagination. And the pupil indicated that there were more such videos that had been created. This information wasn't communicated to the staff involved, until a Monday. I also found out personally that a message had been sent to an S2 pupil purportedly from myself, which was containing content that was both disturbing and obviously inappropriate, no matter what adult, whatever. This was really upsetting, not only for me, but obviously for the people involved. And in this instance, it was perhaps lucky, if that's the word to use, that the pupil received this while they were in school, reported it to a member of staff, because if a pupil had received that while they were at home, you can only imagine the consequences. So, this is serious, and for me personally, I was really upset about it, you can imagine. So at that point, I spoke to staff, decided to hold a joint meeting with EIS colleagues and Unison. As I said, this was affecting every member of staff virtually in the school. Just to inform them of the situation, Also to make them aware that the council services for counselling and whatever were available. And we also decided at this point to request a meeting with the police, primarily because there wasn't a lot of information coming from the police at that point. 2 members of staff who were involved in the sort of video incident decided to speak to the police to see if it was worthwhile to raise a case number. After that meeting, unfortunately, their sort of take on this was they had a real sense of frustration and helplessness. I would stress, though, that our head teacher was very supportive and quite proactive in the actions that he had taken. He spoke to a number of pupils, tried to gather information, which he, and to be honest myself, having worked in conjunction with him, assumed would be useful to the police, and I'm going to put this in inverted commas, in their investigation. And this is where the frustration really kicks in. During our meeting, with the whole staff meeting with the police, the stock response that we got was, "This is just hearsay. Did you see the videos?" It's difficult in these situations to do anything. Now, some staff had seen these accounts, had reported it. One member of staff had actually got some screenshots of the account names, which we thought would be really useful to the police, and had reported this, but unfortunately, this was deemed to be insufficient. So in essence, they were unable, and in my and many of my colleagues' opinions, unwilling to make any real effort to achieve a positive outcome in this situation, for example, having the accounts deleted and so on. Indeed, the officer promised that he would interview the pupils individually. Now, there were over 20 pupils, and I have to stress here, lots of our pupils volunteered information because, in their opinion, this was out of order. So, there are sort of, some decent children out there. But subsequently, instead of interviewing these pupils individually, he held 2 meetings with a group of 12 pupils in each group. Now, if I'm investigating something and potentially the perpetrators are sitting with the witnesses, I think, investigation 101 springs to mind that is not a good idea. So, to conclude here, and the impact of this is fairly obvious. My female colleague was off work for 2 weeks because of the stress this had caused her. I'll be honest, being associated with an inappropriate message to a pupil, myself, left me feeling quite upset. So you can't underestimate the effect of this. And one of the things we noticed as a staff was there a certain paranoia began to develop, because you're walking along the corridor and you don't know if the kid you've just said hello to had created one of these accounts. Sorry, to sum up.
Sum up, please.
Unaccustomed as I am. Just to conclude then, the impact can't be underestimated. As the technology becomes more sophisticated, such incidents are going to become more and more common, and I think we have to get ahead of this. We have to have clear guidelines, responses, and I think, in my view, far more robust consequences, and I know consequences had been spoken about earlier. And also maybe just in terms of police officers, we require more training, more resources and time. Thank you. Arjun.
Thank you very much. We do have a seconder, Raymond Kane. Is that your first time as well, Raymond? No. Oh, sorry. Shame on me.
A couple of minutes just to say a couple of
yeah. No.
Hello everyone, Raymond Kane, Renfrewshire, number 56. So Vince, I've known Vince for quite a while. We worked together a long time ago now at that particular school, and he came along to our area, a meeting of which 3 gentlemen here were all at that meeting. I'm not sure we were entirely surprised by what he said, but we're shocked at the detail of it. And at that point, we made the decision to bring the motion here. Since then, I took it to LNCT. The local press got a hold of that and got a hold of the paper and made their own wee story, got councillors involved. And then from that, the BBC got a hold of it. And I'm really grateful that Seamus was on the radio there and Paul in the evening news, celebrity overnight. But really, really important, and it's great to get that publicity for this because it's really, really important and it's happening more and more, as Ian was saying to us at our area meeting, it's happening more and more around the country. So at local level, at Renfrewshire, I'm going to a meeting at the end of this month on the back of the LNCT to start the ball rolling there on how we can protect our teachers better when they're faced with this sort of thing. But we really need the Scottish Government, whoever they are, to really help us out there, okay? And I would urge you to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to listen to motion L being proposed and seconded. So Jason Curry, thank you, Jason. Motion L.
Thank you. It's Jason Curry, City of Aberdeen, delegate number 8. Two instances to further illustrate areas of concern, folks. First of all, an image was taken in a classroom without consent and was manipulated using AI to show the female staff member in a bikini. It was subsequently displayed on a group chat. Despite lengthy investigation, the originator was not identified. The staff member was urged to report to the police, but the police did not consider it to be sufficiently intimate for further action. Second instance, a TikTok account was created purporting to belong to a member of the guidance staff. This fake account was then used to send abuse to a member of the public. In response, the member of the public threatened to go to the press, but the school was able to demonstrate to them that it was indeed fake. The member staff concerned was advised that they had to report the account to TikTok. These and other cases like them have had a significant negative impact on the staff involved. Many of them have struggled to return to the classroom. And at this stage, I think it's nice to share, nice, probably an incorrect word to use there, pardon me. It's appropriate to share at this moment then preliminary results from the SSTA survey that's been conducted only just this month, which showed that over 80% of respondents were aware of incidents affecting themselves or colleagues. The emotional impact on teachers described in those responses was substantial. Stress and anxiety, reduced confidence at work, damage to professional reputation, and strained relationships with pupils and parents. Our role puts us in the spotlight. We're the focal point of attention for hundreds of young minds each and every day. And as such, we're particularly vulnerable to targeting by those who wish us ill, especially so when mobile devices and social media apps provide the tools to enable them to harm us with seeming anonymity and impunity. This vulnerability means that we require enhanced levels of protection to allow us to come to our work safe in the knowledge that we'll be treated with dignity, respect, and kindness. And because it's directly related to our employment, when the actions of others infringe upon our rights, it would send a strong signal of support if our employers were to act swiftly and robustly on our behalf. Leaving it to the victim carries with it the implication that it's just a part of the job. It's nothing to be taken too seriously. Zero tolerance is a phrase that's been around for a long time, but we need it to have meaning. Actions that might be considered would include things such as exclusion, properly enforced mobile phone bans, demanding on behalf of the victim that posts are taken down without delay. The equivalent of a speed awareness course is a requirement before a return to classroom. Education for all on the appropriate use of IT and social media to include the effects on the victim and the potential consequences for creators and sharers of harmful content. And finally, support must also extend beyond how we respond to the actions of the perpetrators. Victim support is vital. There must be procedures in place that ensure that their health and welfare needs are properly met. Teachers are becoming an increasingly precious resource. We must look after them. Please support the motion.
I believe we have a seconder. Stuart?
Stuart Gray, Lothians, 102 for the last time today. I just want to support this motion very strongly and urge you all to do the same. I would just add one little thing and pick up on what Jason said, which is, of course, something like probably 70 or 80% of these things would not happen if there were no phones out in schools. Some of it could still happen at home, but if they can't take pictures and videos of people, then it kind of kills it at source. So I think over the next year we need to watch and see how the authorities develop the policies on this. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Stuart. Now, if you want to participate in the debate, please come forward. I do have Luke, and after that, Isabel.
Luke Wright again, still Aberdeenshire, still number 13. I'm going to speak to support the motion with just a very short anecdote. A few weeks ago in school, my classroom is in a corridor that has 6 or 7, do you see what I did there? Pillars up and down it to hold the ceiling up. I could hear from inside my classroom, which was in the middle of a period, pupils should be in class, a group of pupils pole dancing. I could hear what they were saying to one another. They had their mobile phones out and I could hear the bum chicka wow wow music along with their pole dancing. Luke, what did you do about that? A couple of years ago, I would have been out in that corridor, I would have been speaking to those pupils, I would have been chasing them back to their lessons with a flea in their ear, telling them about how inappropriate their behaviour was. On this occasion, I phoned senior leadership because I felt the fear that if I went out into that corridor and I was caught in the background of one of those mobile phone videos, what could happen? Teachers should not be in fear of maintaining good order in their school, and that's where I was at. I urge you to support the motion.
Yeah. So, Isabel, and then the Vice President.
Remember to do it right this time. Isabel Dupra, Lothian, delegate number 55. I just wanted to support the motion. I'm, of course, saddened and incredibly angered at what can happen online. And if we think it's a risk of having students with their phones out in class, imagine the risk of sitting digital online teaching and having no idea what's happening on the other side of that screen. Technology is developing so rapidly, but unfortunately the safeguards aren't keeping up with it. So I strongly support the motion and urge you to do the same.
Thank you so much.
Paul Cochrane, Vice President, Delegate number 2. I've got a wee tear in my eye. And I was at the meeting when Vince and Raymond were talking about what happened in the incident at school. And it resonated with other incidents I've experienced with members and myself. And it's the humiliation. We talk about values in schools, and then we dismiss them. And we attach wee labels like, they've been a bad day, they're dysregulated, which they can be, I get that. But it's the fact that there's a betrayal of the community. And it was dead interesting that Vince at the end said, we're all now kind of paranoid. The destructive nature of some of the stuff that's going on. Now, when I went in the telly, did anybody mention I was in the telly? My wife and daughter were so proud, and I said, did you listen to what I said? No, you were on the telly. They were actually on their phones. Well, anyway, that was one of the things I pointed out. I said, just the fact it's so destructive, and it destroys relationships for a generation in a school, because you don't know what's happened. And what does the Scottish Government and Education Scotland push all the time? Relationships. They don't treat it seriously. Now, I'm now going to tell you about the final straw which made me decide to chuck it. which was one day I caught 4 pupils, 4 girls, surrounding a teacher I'm in a joint campus, and sort of giving her what for. I come out, and the girl from our school goes, "Oh my God, it's him," and runs away. The other 3 don't know me. And then proceed to go down a corridor, banging all the doors, kicking them open, screaming stuff and obscenities. And I followed them down just to be a witness at the distance as trained. And one of them stops and turns around and screams at me. "You some sort of pedo," which is now the epithet of choice. And I don't care, everybody knows the truth, that hurts. And then you think, what are they going to do tonight? I called Mr. Cochrane a pedo. And that was the day I said, you know something? I don't feel safe. And I'm 6 foot-ish. I'm sort of shrinking a wee bit, you know. But just that sort of idea. Now, that's why we're really pushing when you look at the list of consequences Gordon spoke about, some are good, but some are have a wee chat, do this, do that. And actually, there's so many hurdles to get to the stage of saying, do you know something? You've rejected this community's values. You have stepped beyond the pale. We're not going to deny you an education, but we're going to deny you this stage and this place. And I think it's about time we started moving kids to other schools, even if it's just to annoy them, to make them realise this is serious. And the thing is, I had one pupil who was like that. But it's not recent, it was 20 years ago. And the next time I heard about him, I used to say to him, "Why do you misbehave with me? Why do you misbehave with the head teacher?" And it was all, "Oh, the police would batter me." Sorry, that was what happened in those days. My mum and dad would batter me. This one, "Why are you abusive to us?" "Oh, you'll not hit me." The next story I heard of that boy was he'd get slashed to bits in the community because he had no boundaries. It was just basically, I can say what I want, what are you going to do? And that's what happened to him. So there are consequences all round which we seem to be just ignoring. Not as a profession, I think a lot of people in here would understand what I'm trying to say, but when you look elsewhere and outside, and I don't think we're training these pupils to either regulate themselves or understand the seriousness of what they do. But I do urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
I cannot see any more contributions to the debate, so we're going to start with motion K. Those in favour of motion K, could you please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. Those against? No. Any abstentions? None. Online?
3 in favour, President.
3 in favour. Unanimously carried. Thank you. Well done. Well done, Vincent Raymond. Now we're going to vote for motion L. Those in favour of motion L, please raise your hands. Brilliant. Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? Online?
Currently 2 for, no against, no abstentions.
I think we'll
Unanimous.
consider this unanimous, okay? Unanimously done. Thank you. And now I'm going to call a, we have time, yeah, brilliant, we're very, very fast. Peter Brandon, who is going to propose motion M, which is our last motion today.
Okay, Peter Brandon, North Lanarkshire, delegate number 32.
Okay.
Congress. Teaching is one of the most rewarding professions there is. But let's be honest, it can also be one of the most challenging. Every day, teachers across Scotland walk into their classrooms with dedication, professionalism and care. Yet, too many of them are also walking in with anxiety, with fear, and with memory of incidents that should never have happened. Violence and abuse in the workplace is not acceptable. We all know that. But here is the uncomfortable truth. When a council worker, a social worker, a housing officer faces violence or threatening behaviour at work, there are clear, enforceable policies to protect them. Here's a quote from my own authority about violence towards council staff. The threat or use of physical violence, verbal abuse or harassment towards our staff is likely to result in termination of all direct contact with the complainant, and we may report the incident to the police and/or other agencies. This will always be the case if physical violence is used or threatened. It's clear, enforceable, consequential. That's what exists for other in-council employees. Where is the equivalent for teachers? When a teacher faces similar situations, too often there is nothing but silence, inconsistency, and the quiet expectation that they simply get on with it. That's not good enough. I've spoken to colleagues who have been sworn at, threatened, and physically intimidated, and who were given little more than a sympathetic nod and told to fill in a form, no follow-up, no consequences, no protection. Teachers are local authority employees. We pay the same union dues, we contribute to the pension, and we deserve the same protection. It's not a radical ask, it's a basic one. This motion calls on COSLA to press every Scottish local authority to put in place robust, enforceable policies, not guidance that gathers dust, but real meaningful protection for the people who show up every day to educate Scotland's young people. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. Our members deserve nothing less.
Thank you, Peter. Grant, you are seconding the motion.
Hi there, Grant McAllister. As we know, Congress isn't over until the fat fifer moans. I'm really pleased to second this motion. I'm delighted that Peter agreed so readily for the two committees to work together on this motion. I'm still slightly upset that I haven't seen Vince since we worked together in Kyle Academy. He's got hair. That doesn't seem fair. Congress, workplace violence is not an unfortunate side issue in education. It's a direct breach of our most basic health and safety obligations that our employers and every employer in the UK has to uphold. Under Health and Safety and Welfare at Work Act 1974, every employer has a legal duty to ensure, so far as reasonably practical, the health, safety and welfare of their employees. That duty applies equally to teachers as it does to every other local authority worker. The Management of Health and Safety at Work Regulations 1999 goes even further. Employers must assess risks, implement control measures and review them regularly. Violence, whether verbal, physical or threatened, is explicitly recognised by the HSE as a workplace hazard, requiring proactive management. And yet too often in schools, the responsibility is pushed back to the individual teacher, rather than addressed systematically by the employer. We would not accept this approach in refuse collection, social work or community wardens. Local authorities rightly have robust, enforceable policies to prevent violence and support staff in those services. But for teachers, too often inconsistent reporting systems, inadequate worker follow-up and a culture of minimisation leave our members exposed and unsupported. This motion is not asking for anything radical, as Peter said. All we're asking for is parity, for consistency, for employers to meet their statutory obligations that they have. Because when a teacher walks into a classroom, they have the right to be safe. They have the right to expect that violence will not be normalised, excused, or quietly absorbed as part of the job. And they have the right for the work of an employer who takes these duties seriously, not only after the incident, but through prevention, training, reporting, and clear consequences. Congress, this is about professional dignity. It's about safety, and it's about local authorities meeting the minimum duties required by law that placed upon them. I urge you to support the motion.
Now, I think Catherine was next, or was it Stuart, I think. Yeah, Stuart, then Catherine, then Lucia. Louisa and...
We stop at Louisa.
Joke Ray Lothians 102. Again, I obviously lied about not coming up again. It's because I didn't turn over to the back page. You know, classic exam failure. I think I could be proposing a very slight amendment.
Oh, right, okay.
Which I've never done before. Which is simply replacing, I think it strengthens it, replacing local authority with public sector. Because over the past year or so, I've developed a new hobby, which is whenever I see a sign up on a wall that says, "We do not tolerate any violence against our employees," and where I've seen them was in the Passport Control Office Hall at Edinburgh Airport. I've seen it in a GP surgery, I've seen it in hospital, and I've seen it also in Edinburgh Sheriff Court, where I was a juror, by the way. None of which, of course, are local authority, but they're all public sector. So I'm just wondering whether it wouldn't strengthen it, just replace local authority with public sector. But what do I do now? I go away, I guess, don't I?
That's a proposal. We need a
so we'll see what you think.
Thank you. We need a seconder for that amendment. Okay, Luke, you're happy to second.
We need the wording because it doesn't make sense just replacing that.
So the wording would be Congress calls upon COSLA to press all...
we need better wording, Stuart.
At the end.
Oh, at the end, sorry.
Oh, right.
Sorry, I thought you meant, okay.
Of a public sector employees. Okay.
Right,
That makes sense now to me.
But, so, who was the originator? We could ask if he'll accept it.
Peter.
So, Peter, do you accept? Yep. Peter's okay. Happy to accept. Thank you, Peter. So, do I have to ask?
Do you want me to read out the whole thing just to make sure it's...
Yeah, just read it out.
So it would now read as Congress calls upon COSLA to press all Scottish local authorities to implement robust and enforceable policies that ensure teachers receive the same protections from workplace violence as other public sector employees.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And
Okay.
It's been seconded, so it's up to a vote.
It's been seconded, so can we now go on the vote?
No.
No.
The discussion on an amendment.
Oh yeah, the discussion on the amendment, sorry.
Who wants to
Apologies.
speak for the
Right.
amendment?
Who wants to speak to the amended version?
Just vote on it.
Luke?
Just voting it then?
Well, no, some people want to take part in the debate. Are we debating now?
No, we're voting on the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment.
And then you
Okay.
debate it, okay.
Okay. Those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. Those against the amendment? No. Any abstentions? 2, 3. Okay. Online?
2 in favour, none against, no abstentions.
Okay, so we'll say NEMCON in that case.
So now we debate the
Now,
amended motion.
we are now debating the amended version. What?
Sorry,
It's not unanimous. No,
No, it's not unanimous.
I'm with
so
you, so
three
I'm looking at this.
abstentions.
My fault.
Okay. So, first speaker, that would be Catherine.
Catherine.
No, take Louisa.
Catherine Nicholl, Delegate number 6. Thank you for proposing that amendment. I agree it does, and for voting on it, I think it does strengthen it, so thank you for that. I'd say North Ayrshire Council does have a robust and enforceable policy. It was raised at corporate health and safety. Trade unions fully were involved, that's all of us, all local authority trade unions. Elected councillors supported it. In education, it is based on the work Sagrabus have been doing, as Gordon referred to. Health and Safety procured an Assure system. It's a reporting system that we can actually download to our phones. I've got it on my phone there. If something happened to me or a colleague, I can press a button and it gets reported immediately with pictures if appropriate. That records the violence and aggression incident, the types of violence and aggression incidents that happened, the school in which it has been has taken place, the room or the part of the school that has taken place. All directorates, not just education, can use this. So it's all local authority staff can use this. So this can be done. The action taken to respond to the incident is recorded. It's got to be input by managers, including SLT, managers of all types in the local authority. That's sent to health and safety. Health and safety can then look at the response time. That's got to be done within a specific time, within 5 working days in our case. Health and safety can contact managers, including SLT, if they feel that further action or support or mitigations should be taken. The expectations are the same for all staff at the Health and Safety Directorate. They should be in the education sector too. In education, we do have a positive relationships policy. It's combined with the behaviour policy as well. The policy was created. It includes measures that should be taken to support staff, violence and aggression, SLT, colleagues teaching the class, cover provided for the person who has been attacked, time to talk after the incident, time to regulate your emotions after the incident. SLT must record actions, SLT must provide support, SLT must report mitigations that have been put in place, risk assessments must be put in place, police should be involved if employees are assaulted. That should be changed to police must be involved if an employee has been assaulted. We're nearly there. If we can do it, everyone can. Thank you.
Right, Louisa, and then Luke, and then...
Gosh, I've had a busy year to comment on things about. So Louisa Maestranzi, 95, the Air District. I was very aware when I became District Secretary that if a teacher in our authority put in a violence and aggression form, the initial response was, we will train you better to cope with these situations. Of course, that was obviously very inappropriate, and I've been arguing that all along, and I have managed to get things reworded. But it took until the GMB and the Unison and their members, particularly those working in the special schools, were getting regularly assaulted and getting regularly told the same thing. That's when they started listening to teachers finally as well. And they then had individual chats with individual unions. And I said, you're not recognising the input on the staff. I recognise there's a different power balance here with pupils. We can't tell them to go and never come back. The local authority has we all have a responsibility to their education. But that is not the same thing as ignoring the impact on your staff. I'm frustrated that I've had to reiterate this so many times and point it out. I feel I'm beginning to get listened to. And Catherine, if you could share your North Ayrshire documents, all us district secretaries, I think that sounds very, very useful. Thank you. So support the motion.
Luke Wright, still Aberdeenshire, still number 13. And I think I've been up here as many times as Grant today. Like Stuart, I've been taking pictures of signs. I recently had to take a family member to a medical appointment, and whilst they were in their consultation and I was in the waiting room, I took a picture of a zero tolerance promise to staff. I'm going to give you some quotes. NHS Grampian is committed to providing both staff and patients with a safe and violence and aggression and bullying and harassment-free environment. NHS Grampian requests that service users do not act in a manner that humiliates, frightens, or makes staff or other patients feel unsafe or vulnerable, including verbal abuse, threats, antisocial behaviour, harassment, bullying, physical assault. NHS will take action in all cases. Examples include shouting, swearing, making rude, sexist, racist remarks, making threats or behaving in an intimidating way, picking on an individual, any attempted or actual physical assault, any threat or use of a weapon. And the last paragraph is the one that really gets me. In extreme and exceptional circumstances, NHS Grampian will exercise the Scottish Government instruction to withhold treatment or ban individuals from premises. Why do we not have that? Why do teachers not have that power, that instruction, if it is in extreme cases? Okay, I have no idea if this document, this poster, has any teeth in the NHS. The mere fact that it's there, though, serves as enough of a warning, I suspect. I wasn't about to go and verbally abuse somebody to test it out. So I urge you to support this motion, folks.
Kevin Campbell, delegate number 5, and the District Secretary of Fife. Now, I've been the District Secretary in Fife for about 10 years. That's hard to believe because I only look about 21. But I have been, and at the very beginning of my tenure, there was a wide discussion around about this very notion of zero tolerance, because the violence and aggression figures in Fife are horrific, and as somebody else noted earlier on, the overwhelming majority of the cases are in primary schools and early years settings, and it's overwhelmingly PSAs that are suffering the most outrageous violence. And I'm talking broken noses, broken jaws, broken wrists, broken arms, double black eyes, people being after work for periods of weeks and weeks at a time. So this violence is extreme. In the secondary sector, it's more verbal violence, which still has an effect, as colleagues have ascertained earlier on. But during that whole period, we've had a very strong argument, and by we I mean the EIS, SSTA and NES. We work very closely in Fife, very proud of that relationship, and we have campaigned tirelessly for a zero tolerance poster to go up around about schools. Now, we battled and we battled and we battled, and they finally agreed to have a poster of a sort that mentioned how violence, verbal violence, intimidation, these things are unacceptable. But it drew the line at that. And the unions, we designed the posters ourselves, and the NES played a great role in that. Wasn't very good. But anyway, these posters went out to schools, and what we found is that head teachers point blank refused to distribute these posters around about the school. They wouldn't even put them up in the staff room. Now, the directorate had decreed that these posters were to be put up in reception areas and social areas within schools, the staff rooms, and that teachers could put them up in their classrooms if they so wished. Did that happen? No, because the head teacher took them and he put them under his desk and they were never seen again. And we had to battle and battle and battle, and we got them to update the posters, and again they were sent out to schools, and the head teachers, no, refused to engage, refused to put the posters around about the schools. No all of them, there's 18 secondary schools in Fife, some of them did, and you, now and again you may go into a school in Fife and you might see one of these posters, but you probably won't. And I have to say, my ex-wife was one of these head teachers who point blank refused to put these posters up around about the school. And the reason they cited for that was it intimidates the kids. It intimidates them. Now, I'm sorry, I've been a teacher for 23 years, and I'm sure you will all agree, if a kid knows what the boundaries are, the majority of them will abide by the boundaries. If that kid knows that there's a zero tolerance to that sort of behaviour, the overwhelming majority will abide by that. Never once have I seen a police in a school doing an assembly talking to kids about the consequences of violence or the consequences of this, that. Nothing. Because A, the police don't want to know, and B, the head teacher doesn't want to confront the kids on these issues. So I just wanted to show or talk about how part of the problem is within our own buildings. We've talked before about how the lack of support for teachers in schools. That is a damning indictment of the head teachers in Fife, that they refuse to support their staff by ensuring that their staff feel supported and protected by law, like we are all protected by law. But that doesn't matter to the headies. So I want you to remember that, and I urge you to support this motion.
We have one more speaker. Chris, is it?
Aye, Chris MacDonald, Central Area, Falkirk District, Delegate 47. I want to put a wee word of caution out about this poster thing. I've asked in the NHS about posters on the wall for zero tolerance, and more than once the response I got was, it's just a poster. Right? It doesn't, it's like Luke said about the teeth that this has, or how much impact does a poster actually have. I'll give you an example. Mental health nurse being peed on, being called a black something or whatever else, all of which are completely unacceptable. And what's it put down to? In the NHS, even there, dysregulated behaviour by someone with a mental health condition, an adult. Okay? Something like a poster isn't going to make much difference on that. Nothing's really done about it. When this member of staff is having their feedback about what has happened, sometimes involving the police as well, it's dysregulated behaviour again. And I'm not going to get into the debate on that. I feel quite strong about what that means. But what I think we need to make sure with this, and this request with this motion, is that we have a robust support system behind this. We currently have in Falkirk a very similar system to what Catherine mentioned there, and we're working on it, but both the EIS and myself, that's the countdown clock. There's a wee spark coming down there. We have both said it's too much data analysis. It's more about they want to know what's happening rather than doing something about what's happening. And when we ask, there's a couple of people that are looking at this. These are promoted people who aren't in schools. They're the ones looking at it. They're looking at it. And so, our work continues with it. But that would be my thing. Support the motion, get a robust support system, get it out there in the open, and have a think about posters having teeth. Thanks.
Thanking all the contributors today. We are now going to vote for or against motion M, and then we'll have a break, okay? Motion M, those in favour, can you raise your hand, please? Okay, thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? Online?
I currently have 1 in favour, none against, and no abstentions.
Well, we'll call it unanimous. So, motion passed unanimously. Well done. Well done. Okay. Excellent. Now we'll have a 15-minute break. Yeah, and we'll go back at 3:45. Oh, no, sorry, 3:35.
3:30.
Sorry.
Well done, folks.
Well done, folks. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, could we do a reminder on the raffle?
Oh, yeah. Reminder of the raffle. We'll if you want to still participate in the raffle, and the raffle result will be after break.
Right, I'm going to do the raffle.
Okay. Thank you. I need a key. I can't believe I've lasted so long. Let's get started. 10 minutes late. Thank you. My fault. Okay, we are going back to item 8, report of a General Secretary. And Seamus is ready to get going.
Good afternoon, President, distinguished guests and esteemed delegates of Congress. Over the past 11 years, I've had the privilege of serving the SSTA through a time of significant change. As we look ahead, it's clear even greater challenges are before us. All of us in this room are here because we care about education. And that's something that is at the heart of what we are. The SSTA has always been clear in its purpose: secondary teachers and secondary education. The SSTA is open to teachers qualified for or employed in secondary schools in Scotland. Everybody is welcome. We are principled, but also pragmatic. We don't just point out problems, we work to solve them too. Teachers are professionals and must be trusted. Trusted to think, trusted to speak, trusted to teach, and teacher judgment must be trusted also. Because education is not just about knowledge, it's about shaping the values of the next generation. But let's be clear, teachers cannot do this alone. They need the support of parents, communities, local authorities, our employers, and the Scottish Government. Because when teachers are supported and valued, pupils succeed. Following our last 2-year pay deal, classroom teachers in Scotland have become the best paid in the UK. But it only paints half the picture. When it comes to a career structure and promoted posts, Scotland lags behind. If you compare secondary schools in England and secondary schools in Scotland, there is a difference. Not in terms of what they do in the schools, they do exactly the same. But in 2025, not including head teachers, 71% of teachers were classroom teachers. 22% were principal teachers and 5% were deputies. And as was mentioned this morning, only 4 teachers are lead teachers, despite being introduced back in 2021. In England, where every duty or responsibility beyond the classroom teacher is given additional pay. That's a structure that I was involved in many years ago. A classroom teacher was paid as a classroom teacher, and if you did one bit extra, you got an allowance for it. And that's the nature of what's in England. In England, 47% of secondary teachers are classroom teachers, 43.5% are middle managers, and 7.4% are senior leaders. So that means 24% of secondary Scottish teachers are missing out on career progression and additional pay. That's a big difference, and it's something we've talked about already today. Teacher time is taken for granted, and expectation continues to increase. Unfortunately, the employers know the price of everything, but the value of nothing, and that must change. Workload remains unsustainable. The promised reduction in class contact time has been delayed to August 2029. Yet we are still told to do more with less. At the same time, we face a recruitment and retention crisis. Too many temporary contracts, over half of new teachers unable to secure permanent posts, and schools are carrying vacancies. This means fewer teachers in classrooms, less support for pupils, and more pressure on those who remain. This is not sustainable, and it's not acceptable. Teachers must value their time and focus on teaching and learning. Teachers must learn not to say yes, but to say no to anything that is not within the working time agreement. Everything beyond your working time agreement is unpaid overtime. Teacher time is valuable, so we mustn't waste it. We need real negotiations, respect for the profession, action on recruitment and retention, a genuine commitment to reducing workload, and we need education funding to be protected. Money allocated by the Scottish Government for education must be spent on education. Teacher numbers must increase, and teachers must be given time to plan, to develop and teach well. The present funding arrangement with local authorities doesn't work. Too much money that was intended for education doesn't reach education. And serious consideration by the new Scottish Government to address this issue is important. When a Cabinet Secretary says to us in a meeting, I've got £20 million I want to spend on breakfast clubs, if I can't trust the local authorities to put that money into schools, what chance have we got? And that was only a few weeks ago. So there is a distrust between the Scottish Government and local authorities. But we need to change. We need to make sure that the money that's coming for education goes to education and we don't get starved of funding. There is changes coming, but it must be the right changes, not change for its own sake. The curriculum must allow young people to learn, not just pass exams, how much of valuable teaching and learning time is wasted in preparation of exams. The question to ask is the ability to pass exams is what education is really about. The qualification system must trust teachers, not drown them in evidence. And an inspection must support schools, not punish them. Because right now, fear of inspection and accountability is stifling innovation. The lack of teacher autonomy and the drive for conformity is crushing teachers' spirits and driving them away from the profession. Let me be clear. If we go about going to inspect, then expect those who hold the power, those who control the funding and those who set the directions. Schools do not set the direction or control the funding and therefore must not carry the burden of accountability. Any changes that come must support teachers. Reform must support teachers, not hinder them. As reform takes shape, the SSTA is clear. Teachers must be at the centre. Education is our priority. We stand together at a defining moment with the new Scottish Government, one that calls not for division, but for direction, not for delay, but decisive action. For too long, education has been entangled in political stalemates. Its progress slowed down by disagreement rather than guided by those who understand it best. It's time to change course. It's time to listen, truly listen, to the voices of our teachers and our education staff. These individuals who dedicate their lives to shaping the minds and futures of young people should be listened to. Education must be the priority, but not in words, not as a distant aspiration, but as a lived reality, reflected in our policies, our funding and our values. Education must be properly resourced. It must be supported by fully qualified professionals who are respected, fairly compensated and empowered to deliver the life-changing learning every child deserves. Because education is more than a system. It is the foundation of our future. It's not a privilege reserved for a few, it's a fundamental right, guaranteed to all without discrimination. It uplifts individuals, it strengthens communities, it drives the social and economic development upon which nations depend. It is a force for equality, a pathway to opportunity, a cornerstone of sustainable progress. Yet we face a widening divide, a gap between those that have and those who have not, between those who can access opportunity and those left behind. This is not inevitable. It is the result of choices and can be changed by choices. We must choose to invest. We must commit to increasing funding for education and ensuring that it reaches the classroom where it's needed most. Because when budgets are cut, it is not systems that suffer, it is the students. It is the child in the crowded classroom, the young person without the support they need, the teacher stretched beyond their limits. Schools cannot continue under these conditions, and should they not have to do so. We must also invest in the people that make education possible. Teachers, classroom assistants, support staff, their workload must be fair. Their time must be respected. Their well-being must matter. Behind every lesson taught lies hours of unseen dedication, late night planning, weekend marking, holidays interrupted. Teaching is demanding, but it should not come at the cost of personal well-being or family life. Because when we fail to support our teachers, we fail our students. We are already seeing the consequences of growing recruitment and retention crises, talented educators leaving the profession, others looking elsewhere. This is not just a workforce issue, this is a futures issue. Because every teacher lost is a loss to the next generation. And we cannot ignore those who need the support most. Younger people with additional support needs deserve more than good intentions. They deserve action. They deserve trained professionals, specialist staff, the resources required to ensure they're not left behind. Without this, the burden falls unfairly on classroom teachers, and we risk failing an entire generation. We must not accept that. We must instead build a system where every young person, regardless of circumstances, has the potential to succeed, to grow, and to reach their full potential. This requires collaboration. It requires long-term thinking. It requires a government willing to work with educators, not round them. Because education is not about a priority, it is the priority. It shapes the society we become. It defines the opportunities we create. It determines the legacy we leave behind. So let us move forward, not divided, but united in purpose. Let us stand up for education, for teachers, for every young person whose future depends on the choices we make. The time for action is now. We will continue to fight for fair pay, respect for our profession, better working conditions, real reform that supports, not burdens our school. It isn't about politics, it's about classrooms. It's about pupils, about learning, about the future of Scottish education. Let us speak with one voice. Let us be the change that teachers and Scotland young people deserve. Can we all go forward together? Education is the priority, and make sure we make that well known to everybody about us. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Seamus. Are there any questions or comments for Seamus' speech? None? No questions? Okay, so it must have been a really good one then. You said it all. Right, so we need approval for the General Secretary's address. Thank you. So this is now approved. Now we'll go to item 11, President's Business. And I'm going to pass the chair to the Vice President. You get the hammer, right?
Carry weight.
I'm quite proud and emotional about the following, which is a nomination for a national award, a nomination for life membership addressed to Stuart Hunter. Yeah. Stuart Hunter started teaching in 1998 and joined the SSTA in 1999, earlier than me. He was a principal teacher of RME in West Lothian, where he became the SSTA school representative. He left his permanent teaching post in 2020 and continued his teaching career as a supply teacher in West Lothian. Stuart's journey within the SSTA is a statement to his unwavering commitment and exemplary service spanning nearly 3 decades. He first attended the SSTA Congress in 2015 and became a member of council in 2017 and later joined the executive committee. Stuart was also the West Lothian District Secretary and continued in the role until 2023 when he became president. Stuart was also a member of the SSTA RME working group and subsequently the convener and remained in the position until 2023. As convener, he represented the association furthering the interests of SSTA members. His passion for his subject was a credit to all RMPS teachers in Scottish secondary education. Stuart's influence came to the fore at SSTA Congress. His knowledge and experience became a vital element of the smooth running of Congress business. And he has been much appreciated by several SSTA presidents, including myself. I would never have contemplated being president without his encouragement. That's a fact. Stuart ensured that business was conducted correctly, and all issues were fully discussed and decisions agreed collectively during committee meetings. He ensured that protocols were adhered to with tact and diplomacy. He was always allowing time for delegates, unlike me, to voice their views when he was in the chair, even with busy agendas. Stuart was involved in a range of SSTA committee panels, and regularly made valuable contributions. These included executive, finance, salaries, and standing orders committee. He was the cornerstone of a constitution working group that was constructed after an exhausting process of a current version of the SSTA constitution. Stuart's ability to remain calm in difficult situations and openly voice the views of SSTA members was an important factor in developing the high standard of the association in representing secondary school teachers. Stuart is renowned for having an impact on colleagues and young people, and that cannot be captured in an inspection or a Higgius report. They cannot populate a CV. There is no quality indicator that captures the life-changing moments in teaching relationships, real ones, not performative buddying ups. This is what Stuart Hunter was, a teacher, and he is as a man. This is what Stuart Hunter was as a teacher and is as a man. Stuart is the living embodiment of a human being who lives the serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So I am honored to award Stuart Hunter for the prestigious national award with the SSTA in recognition of his outstanding leadership, dedication, and significant contribution to the association and the education community. Unfortunately, Stuart cannot be with us today, but he's listening to us, I hope. I think he was, and he still is. So the life membership will be sent to him? Yeah, okay. And that's it. I hope you all agree with what, thank you. Thank you very much. And the raffle results? Yep. Okay. So I know to do the raffle before the vote of thanks. So let's see. Mr. Glennie gave me. Okay, prize draw. Come on, open up. Okay. Fiona Marie. Is she in? Fiona Marie?
She is, yes.
Or Murray?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Fiona?
Mrs. Searson.
Oh, it's Mrs. Searson, that's right. Good grief. Mrs. Searson, what a lucky woman. You have won a £50 Amazon gift voucher donated by J7 Graham White, our database developers. And next winner is Paul Cool. Where is Paul? Yay! So, Paul, lucky you, you have won £100, a £100 John Lewis voucher donated by NEU. And next,
Kelly Morris.
Kelly Morrison, you have won the Loch Lomond Whisky gift set. Donated by Thompson Solicitors. Thank you, Thompson.
No.
Oh, no, sorry, by IWG. Who are?
That's Ian.
Ian Glennie.
Oh, Ian Glennie.
We don't know what the W stands for yet. But
No.
Some of his cast-offs, know what I mean?
What's the W? Okay, I'll investigate that one. Oh, right. Well, that makes sense, yeah. Okay. The next winner is Paul Cochrane, our Vice President, who's winning a £150 voucher for the Ivy collection, donated by Thompson Solicitors. Okay.
if they could use it. Can I just say it?
Yeah. That's very nice of you.
It wasn't a fix, but I would love that to give that to the person who's furthest travelled here. I don't know who it is.
The Orkney?
I suspected Orkney would have won, but could you use, is that in Glasgow? Is that the restaurant in Glasgow? No, wait a minute. No, she's a bit too keen, you know. You can have it.
You can have it. Thank you, Paul.
You made me do that, Kevin.
Okay.
You made me.
The next winner is Tom Wallace.
Well done, Tom.
Tom at the back. Hey, Tom, you have won a bottle of Bushmill whiskey coming from, donated by ASTI. So it's come all the way from Ireland. Well done.
It's Jim Bean, it's not Dean Bean. Maybe it is.
Right, and now our last winner is Maggie Nesbitt. Hey. Oh, Maggie, you've won a bottle of Jim Beam from UTU, our sister union from Ireland. And that's...
Money to state how much we've won raised at the top.
Sorry?
Oh, there it's there. It's there, sorry.
Oh, here, okay. Yeah, I forgot to, I've done the prize draw, okay. We raised a total of £740. So well done, folks. And last but least.
Is it me?
Yes, the vote of thanks, Mr. Vice President. Oh, no, sorry. Forgot about that. That's part of it. Yes. Seamus.
One each.
Very important. It's just that I don't want to admit.
Thank you, President. I wanted to get a few words in at the end of Congress before Paul does the vote of thanks for everybody else. When I did my speech earlier, I didn't mention all the people behind the scenes that have made this work, all the people in the office, Andrew, Laura and Claire, the amount of work and hours they've put in to make sure we've all had a good experience. Also, the Secretariat, Ian, Ewan, Kat and Catherine, you've seen them all around, you've dealt with them. They make it all worthwhile. I also want to say thank you to the executive that we've been very busy over the last year. In between all the council meetings, we've had quite a series of those. But the point I really want to say to you is that I began teaching in 1978, a long, long time ago. And I've been involved in education throughout that period. So 25 years as a teacher and the rest of that time as a union official for 3 different unions in 3 different jurisdictions. How an East London boy ever ended up in Scotland, I don't know. But via Northern Ireland as well. So it's quite an interesting development. But anyway, the point of why I wanted to say this, and the executive are aware of this, I've decided that I'm going to retire because I'm well past retirement age. Family issues, illness within the family makes you realise that families are important. It was mentioned earlier on. So my intention is, and that the executive will be going through the procedure, that I'll retire probably at the end of September or maybe early October, depending on the timescales that needs to be done. So I would like to say thank you to everybody here and everybody from the SSTA that has made my experience here in Scotland over the last 11 plus years, a fantastic experience and one that I will never forget, and some great friendships all along the way. So thank you very much, President, for giving me that second to make that announcement.
I have to say, I will definitely, and I can speak for everybody here, we will miss you as General Secretary. You have been a breath of fresh air for our trade union, and you have done an amazing amount of work for the trade union and dedication. I want to thank you for that on behalf of everybody. Thank you. And now Paul Cochrane is going to do the...
Right, thank you very much, President. Everyone, so I've got to do the vote of thanks, which I kind of only found out recently, and I'm not really sure how to do it. So the list has got longer as the day went on, as you remember, tripping over people and things like that. For just a wee minor thing, I'd like to thank Seamus for announcing his retirement, because I heard him talking about it in Dublin a year ago, and I've been sitting biting my tongue for a year. How's that, eh? Anyway, so I'll go through the formal side. I'd like to thank the hotel staff. They've been brilliant last night at a meal and today. They've always been very helpful with our requests. Tapestry as ever. I'm sorry the actors weren't as good as the movie, but there you go. All the exhibitors, especially, I shouldn't pick one out, but I spoke to Thompson's quite a lot during the day. And they said it's quite good because people come up, and as the day goes on, more and more people come up and ask for a will. I don't know what to... all the guests, it's brilliant when you speak to them. You meet them outside having a cigarette. You see them coming from other pubs and come back. Oh my God, they've enjoyed themselves and good on you. Gillian Campbell-Thow helped us out a wee bit of difficulty, and I didn't have to coerce her because you might have noticed she loves speaking. She's absolutely brilliant. She's a force of nature, and somebody you should try and contact and go and visit the school. It's amazing. It's utterly amazing. I'll move on to Seamus has thanked everybody at HQ. I feel sorry for them. I'm emailing them and talking to them all the time and always get a response. That's from the professional officers, Ian, Ewan, Catherine, Kat, and some other guy that's just abandoned us. And Andrew, Laura, and Claire, oh my God, how do you survive us? I don't know. But anyway, thank you very much. All you delegates, and I want to give a special mention. I thought the contributors this year were brilliant. We were really worried before about the gender balance. And it was, and I hope this doesn't come across as patronising. I thought it was brilliant. You saw so many women coming up and speaking so eloquently and passionately. It was just brilliant because we were a wee bit worried about it in advance. But thank you very much for doing that. It was good. And all the first-time speakers. I don't know what you're worried about. You're all naturals. Well done, first-time speakers. The other thing which come across is the amount of work that committees and conveners have put in this year has been unbelievable. Really, really good. And we thank you for that because you are the members, and we always say that the union is the members, and it's the members in these committees that really drive. See, if you're not in a committee, it really opens your eyes up. It really is fantastic to see what goes on. Because of the Vice President, and Monique's been the same, we've been attending a lot more committees that we're not really associated to. It's been fantastic. And it makes me feel ashamed when I was a convener. I'm sorry, guys, for the meetings I held compared to Maggie Nesbitt. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to give a very small thanks to Seamus. We'll catch up with him later on. There's a history there that he came in at a time of turmoil, and the thing which he exuded immediately, it's a word I've not used in years, it's like sweat with grammar, he exuded was calmness. And take a breath. Calm, and what the Irish brethren and sisterin, is that a word, Jackie, I'm sorry, said he's a very strategic thinker. He doesn't just jump in. And people make mistakes, not Seamus, we make mistakes, but he doesn't jump in, and he does put a wee rein on you occasionally. Just have a wee think about that, Paul. And maybe think about doing it this way. And remember, it's not the battles we need to win, it's the war. And I think very often, more often than not, we've sort of came ahead a wee bit without peeking our head above the trench and getting it shot off because of Seamus's wisdom. And finally, we kind of made an internal promise when Monique and I took over that we'd be we'd be rapid at the I don't know how to say this to upset people, but we'd be a wee bit more precise and forensic and try to push the Congress along and get it finished in time. And I think we've managed it by 45 minutes, which for some people in here is about 22 pints. But anyway, please, I beg your forgiveness if I've missed anyone, because so many people help out. It's unbelievable. Although we look stressed, we look the swans above the water, and it's all the office staff and professional officers. They're paddling away furiously underneath, carrying the weight of our incompetence sometimes. But thank you very much, and thank you all for turning out. I love Congress. I think it's fantastic to hear people, and even the informal off sort of peace stuff is fantastic. Have a great weekend, and enjoy your 45 minutes spare. Thank you very much, guys.
Declare 81st Congress closed. Have a safe journey home and a lovely weekend. Thank you again.